people know your truth? Isn't that going to take you a long time?
Well, that's why I go for the 144, which is Israel, and the 12 apostles. They do the work for me. Well, that's why I go for the 144, which is Israel, and the 12 apostles. They do the work for me.
Well, where are they? So as I get you closer and closer together, it's only for one purpose: to create chaos.
That's the whole purpose, E?
Yes, and from that chaos, there will be falling aways.
And then order will eventually come.
No, and then only those that the chaos did not affect, they will remain standing.
And create order, right?
No, sir.
No. What are those of us who remain standing
We're gonna
going to
get
do?
the brooms. We're gonna get the brooms and
Okay.
gather the dust.
Gotcha. Do some cleanup.
Yes. After that, we take the dust and we throw it in the universe, in the outer darkness.
In the outer darkness? Like just
Yeah, so just
shoot it out into deep outer space.
Mhm.
Okay.
until it hits another planet, and then they can evolve from there.
They can start from Genesis all the way wherever they land. I like it.
Yeah, wherever they land. Hopefully, they hit a planet that's suitable.
No. Well, hey. Anyway,
What's up?
thank you for
What's
having
up,
me.
Kaplan? Do you
Not much.
still think you're Jesus?
I mean, man, the Bible says that in this world we are all like Jesus. So, I mean, on that sense, do you not? But I mean, I do still believe that I am here for a higher purpose to try to save humanity, or at least, as you said, those
But
who
I thought you were a
remain.
Muslim, though. Weren't you with Logos the other day?
I was. Oh, and on that note, E, I apologize for just any kind of rude behavior you were shown on my live chat.
Apologies. No, don't apologize. If I need an apology, that'll be the day that I need mortal men.
Well, I mean, thank you for that. I just, the whole thing with Logos, I mean, he's still like a brother to me, just like you are, Devin, just like you are, E. It really pained me to just kind of see you two just kind of not be able to listen. Well, he's got a tough time.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Do you have something to say?
Do I?
Yeah, I mean, we're listening now. I mean, what is your truth? I mean, should we follow you?
I mean, you already follow me on TikTok.
No. I'll sell all my stuff and go live with you.
Oh, you want to come live with me? I mean, E.
Or you're the savior.
I do, and my father does have many mansions, but I've.
Wait. So what did I miss? He believes that he's a savior too. So he's
Yeah,
just
no. Jizzles. I am an expert at demonic activity.
Meaning.
Meaning that you motherfuckers are demons.
Okay. So you're an expert at calling.
Dude, you're a demon.
calling
You're a demon.
people
You're
as
putting
demons?
yourself, a mortal man, in between themselves and God. You're a demon.
Whoa! I didn't do
Wait.
that.
Wait. So does
Hey, I didn't
Chaplin
know that.
also think that he's the son of Satan? Does Chaplin think that he's the son of Satan?
No, he's not like that. Thank God. At least he
Okay.
has some sense.
Wait. So Chaplin, what are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, could you specify? I mean, I'm Chaplin Charles. I'm South Korean American, I guess is the best way to put it.
Well, no. Like, are you Christian, Catholic? What are you?
I mean, I'm pretty much everything. I
You're
practice
agnostic?
all. No. I consider myself a Muslim, I guess now, a revert Muslim since I took my Shahada.
What? What?
Okay.
What the fuck?
E, You knew this. You've already.
You're a Muslim. Jesus is a Muslim now.
Yes, by definition, a Muslim is a servant of God. So yes, Jesus is a Muslim. Was a Muslim. Not an Islamic Muslim. Now I have to clarify that.
Let me ask you something. Do you uphold it to be justified for Muhammad to have such a young wife?
Do I uphold? Can you say
You
that again?
justify it as being holy.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like even if
Whoa! What the fuck, dude? You're sick. You're sick.
I'm sick. Okay, well, you know, like, what am I? What is my word on it gonna do about it? You know, it doesn't change.
You
what he
took
did.
an oath. You took an oath when Jesus says, "Don't take oaths." You took an oath to say that Muhammad was the last messenger of God, and you think that act is what it is. So, do you have children? Would you like that for Muhammad to do that to your daughter?
I don't have children, so I guess this question doesn't apply to me. Here's the thing, E. You know, like the whole argument about his wives and stuff like that.
No.
Then it goes into Rebecca and Isaac. You know, like this whole. I mean, you know, I'm not here to argue that. So if you want to deduce, or you want to give me a line of questioning to, I don't know, disprove or discredit who I believe I am, alongside Davis. Oh, Devin left.
No,
I
you
guess
said
I'm
it
the
back.
Nazi. Oh, okay. And Jizzles, welcome back. I heard you before.
I can prove you wrong with one statement. Just one, Mr. Chaplin. Just one, right here. This is it, right here.
You're gonna prove what wrong?
No.
to me?
This is what I'm gonna do. Do a miracle, Chaplin. Do a miracle.
What kind of miracle do you want?
No. This ain't no fucking buffet, bro.
Yeah.
Do a
Does
fucking
it say
miracle.
the second coming of Jesus is gonna do miracles, E-man?
You're Jesus. Jesus can do miracles. Do a miracle. Do a sign or do a wonder.
Okay, so let's get this clear. I'm not my predecessor, Jesus. And like I said to you before,
Oh, you're
in
a
this world, if
poser.
you are a
You're
true,
poser.
if you're a
No,
true
no, you're a
believer of
poser. You're
what
a
the Bible
poser.
says, I guess I am a poser. If you call me
You're
a
an
poser,
imitator. You're an
then
imitator.
you are what? So you're the real thing, E? You're telling me you're more Jesus than I am?
No, my friend. No, I've never said I was Jesus. I said Jesus is
So
the
what are
Father
you?
and God.
So what are you? You're the expert at calling out demonic spirits? Like what?
No. What is happening here? What is happening here is you're being judged for every idle word that you say. See, through my transmission and my recording in heaven and on earth, we get to judge you pre-hand, so we have enough evidence to put you in hell.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's what your intent is with that evidence, good luck.
You either make peace with me. Hey. You either make peace with me, or I'm gonna throw you to the guards, and they're gonna throw you to the prison.
Here's the thing where I'm like confused. E, I thought we've already made peace with one another, regardless. You know, like we've met each other and talked multiple times. So it's just like
Look, those who are wise,
Jizzles.
stay
You
quiet.
feel me?
Those
Do you feel
who
me?
Yeah,
are
no, I feel
wise,
you.
stay quiet.
Yeah, you're right. Exactly. My father told me an empty can makes the most noise. E.
And the check this out. And the fight is this, Chaplain. Let me tell you what the fight is. You either make your name on earth as your little Jesus wannabe, or you make your name in heaven, seated in heavenly places. You're choosing the skin over the spirit.
In your perception, I guess I am. But
Oh, so you're calling
Then
him
do
a
a
Catholic?
miracle.
You're calling
Do a
him a
miracle.
Catholic? That's what you're calling him. I don't like Catholics, by the way. But-
I mean, I'm not calling E-Man a Catholic. I'm just calling him
No.
not,
He's
not
calling
me.
you a Catholic.
I guess.
No, he's
He's
basically
calling
calling
me a
you-
Catholic. He's calling me a
Yeah.
Catholic. Well,
He's basically calling you.
I already told him I'm Muslim, so that. But
No, I have a
mean,
problem
You
with
can't.
Catholicism.
You can't do that.
there are problems
You
with
can't
this
do
song.
that, bro. You can't just become a Muslim. You want to know why?
Why? E?
Because then you're going to taint yourself by another man's word.
Wait, so how about the people that turned Muslim in prison?
E wants to put them in hell, even a deeper
what?
hell that they're in. Apparently,
Oh God.
A Hebrew hell, huh? What do you think a grain is? Okay, when God put that grain inside of that body, what do you think that grain was? That's your soul. Fear him that can destroy the body.
are you
and
saying
the soul.
grain or brain?
Grain? Grain.
Yeah, when God put the grain in the body.
Yes, you put it in that little soil of yours, and he says, let's see what grows. And now that we're seeing your fruit, you want us to go to you instead of God.
No, I don't want
Become a
anybody.
stumbling
Hey,
block.
hey,
No, he's not pushing his ideology on us.
I'm not twisting anybody's
He
arm
tells
to come
people
follow
he's
me,
a
bro.
savior. He tells
Hey.
people he's Jesus.
I told you specifically here, and I'll say it again, Jizzles, just for you for the first time.
Yep.
I've had my personal encounter with the Holy Spirit, Jesus, and I've documented all this. This has been like an 8-year journey for me, and I've come to a point in my life through that journey to prove, not to prove, but to live my purpose, which is to live like Jesus and bring peace wherever I go. I'm a
Oh, yeah, of
peacemaker.
course.
As a
we can follow
chaplain.
Jesus' teachings, but humans in of itself are flawed. We're all flawed. We make mistakes, and that's why he died, and that's why we need to repent. So
I agree. I absolutely agree with that. Like Jesus, our predecessor Jesus, in John it says specifically, like in this world we are like Jesus, so it's like, what does that mean? Like we're all born with a higher purpose, right? If we choose to fully devote ourselves to that higher purpose, it's a difficult thing, but
Okay.
I've been
Okay,
given.
let me ask you something, Chaplain. If God can do it to you, why does he need you?
If God can do what to me?
Give you all this clarity, all this peace, all this whatever.
He gave us free will. So
No. Listen. Chaplain got it without no one being an intermediator or a
I
mediator.
didn't say that. I had
Oh,
my
so you're telling me that
I had my
someone
parents.
gave
I
you
had
the
my
Holy
parents
Spirit.
who guided me. I had
No. I'm talking about you receiving the Holy Spirit.
Okay. So you want to go to that part that I was talking about?
Okay, if God can give you the Holy Spirit without no mediator, why does he need you?
To pass along my Holy Spirit of love and light to those who come in contact with me. That's all I want.
yes, he's spreading
Okay,
the gospel.
but why would God want to put someone in front of him?
He tells us to in Scripture, though, doesn't he? He tells us to go and preach the gospel.
I think he's more
Wait,
referring
what is
to
the gospel?
the first four books of the New Testament.
Is the gospel saying, oh, look how special I am? I got the Holy Spirit and you don't? Feel my peace? Look at me. No, bro, that's not the gospel.
I find
The
myself
gospel
agreeing with
is
Chaplain more
dying
now.
to yourself.
Thank you. I mean,
It's dying
I'm
to
a Christian.
yourself, not making yourself a god.
I'm not. Did I make myself a god? This is where you're like throwing all these accusations at me. It's not going to
You
work.
made
with
yourself the Messiah.
Me. Hey, only the people can officially put that title on me. But I will tell you,
Okay.
man, I have trained my mindset to approach the world, especially here on TikTok, as if I was the Messiah, the Mashiach, the second coming of Christ. You know, like it's a mindset.
Okay, then do a miracle.
Oh, he's not saying he's a prophet.
I mean, if you've gone so far in your Goku powers, do a fucking miracle.
What kind of miracle do you
I
want
feel
him
like
to
you're
do?
misunderstanding what Chaplin is saying.
He totally is. He totally is. But I mean, Jizzles, this is the spirits I have to entertain and just show true Christians like you. Just like this is the spirit that we're up against. Does that
Okay,
make
so you
sense?
just blame
Yeah, of
me
course.
because you can't do a miracle. I have faith you can do a
I'm
miracle.
asking
How
you,
about that? I
what
have
miracle
faith
do you
that
want me
can
to
do a
do?
miracle, Jesus.
give me a specific miracle because I can do something and say, "Whoa, what about that?" And you'll be like, "Nah, that's not a miracle." Tell me
Jesus
what
wasn't
miracle you
giving
want
him
to
an
see.
option.
I'm giving
Jesus
you
wasn't
okay.
like, hey, pick a miracle.
Everybody was like, "Could you please
Okay.
cure my blind
left
child?
arm-
Could you please
okay, look,
bring
my
back
left
Lazarus?"
arm-
They had a
I got a
specific.
knot. Look, I got a knot in my left arm, in the upper arm, by my shoulder blade. You think that you can do a miracle? I
If
have
you were
faith.
here with
I have
me,
faith.
I will tell you, E-Man, I got that Miyagi hand power where I don't know if you've seen Karate Kid.
Well, I mean, miracles work through. Miracles work through Jesus Christ. So if you're a follower and a true believer of Jesus Christ, he probably can give you that, like, power. You know.
But here's the thing, Jizzles. All he needs to get rid of that knot is to go see like a massage therapist. You know, like is that the miracle you want me to provide for you?
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you want me to
Now-
go
now,
schedule
hold on,
you an
hold on.
appointment so
Hold
you
on,
can get
hold
that
on,
knot
hold
in your
on.
left arm like taken care of? Like
Hold on,
what?
hold on. This is
Do
the
you
good
hear
part.
how ridiculous you sound?
Chaplain, this is the best part right here. Because you can't perform a miracle and you're telling me to go get a massage, go ahead and give me charity then. There's my Cash App.
Oh God.
Is this the whole time? Is this how you wanted me to land? It's just like all the time. It's like give me money for a hamburger, give me money for a massage. It's just like, yo, E.
Give me
You know,
a
like-
hamburger for preaching you that Jesus is the
Because
Father.
at this
Lord Jesus.
point, the only
I'll tell
God
you this,
that's
E.
serving you is money.
You sell all that you owe and all that stuff, and you come to my front door. I'll give you a place. I'll give you a room. I'll give you a chance. But I know you're not gonna.
You're in Colorado, right?
I'm in Aurora, Colorado. Yes.
I love Colorado. You know that?
Oh, I hate Colorado. Colorado's a shithole. Don't mind. It's run by Democrats, so I'm yeah, I know.
Oh, okay. I've
I have
never
my
been to
views on that.
Colorado, but I've heard that it's legal there, so I love them for that.
Okay.
I've always wanted to visit Colorado.
Yeah, you're not like a skier, snowboarder, or. I mean, Colorado.
You know,
To say it's run by Democrats, like we got Lauren Boebert, like one of the loudest Republican politicians. But I mean, Colorado is one of the most diverse, and like we got a lot of ingredients in our melting pot. Here.
Yeah, and this is where we may disagree, me and Chaplin. I wouldn't even call myself a Republican. I would call myself a right-wing extremist. In
A right
in a
wing
sense.
extremist, like total MAGA, like right wing extremists.
Yeah, like Nick Fuentes type of vibe.
No.
Yeah. So we may disagree on that. I think diversity is a weakness.
Does that mean you look at me like as like a lower like Nick Fuentes?
No,
kind of-
not at all. No.
Okay.
Negative.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Negative.
Just.
I mean,
Thank
you guys are. I mean, you guys lead in the highest. For IQ, it goes what? Asians, Indians, whites, and then
You know,
blacks.
let me tell you something, Jizzles. I am an illegal Mexican in the United States.
You're an illegal Mexican.
Yes, sir.
Whoa, where's ISAT? We need to call you and get you out of here. I mean,
Wow,
Trump.
look at
I mean,
that.
Trump.
Look at that. The man of Jesus, not loving his own neighbor.
Yes, come here
Amazing.
legally. You came here illegally.
Amazing.
You came here illegally. You just admitted that. There is a law.
Again, E. If that's the miracle you want me to accomplish, I'll get you citizenship.
Turn that hard. No, it's hard to turn.
Yeah, get him some
hard.
citizenship.
It turns so hard like Pharaoh.
I mean, that is. Did you hear that, Jizzles? Just like
Say it again.
like a.
You want to know something? Let me tell you the story of Moses. Moses was a wetback, and he went to a country that he was not from.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Bro, what?
And they took him in. And
Moses
then, you know
was
what?
not-
He went back
Moses
and
was not
destroyed.
Mexican, dude.
He destroyed the very country that gave him food.
Moses was not Mexican,
Hold on,
dude.
Jizzle, don't get trapped by this bait. Okay. E, I don't know like where you think
Okay,
that
what does
you come
Moses
with
need to be
the
drawn
authority
from
to be.
the water? The mother put him on a basket in a river and it crossed the border.
Jesus was Moses was basically just a savior of the Israelite people.
You know who was also a wetback? Jesus. He
Oh,
got
God.
dunked in the water.
He was
and
Mediterranean.
He came back,
He was
and you know what
Mediterranean, buddy.
He made the baptism of wetbacks.
Jesus was Mediterranean. He was not Mexican. Where are you getting this from?
Jizzles. He's not
I'm
talking
sorry.
about race. He's just talking about how the connection between water considers them. He's using it as like a jokey literal, like
metaphorical.
Moses was sent down the basket on water. Therefore, because he was on the basket riding on his back on water, he's a wetback. Not saying he's a Mexican. Just like Jesus got baptized with water, and water ran down his back to E, that allows him to call them wetbacks. I don't know, E, I hope your relationship with the one and almighty God is very close for you to be just kind of acting in this.
No. But listen. Why are you so mad that I'm here illegally in this country? Why are you so mad?
Because you mess it up for the citizens in this country and the people that wait to come in this country legally.
I mess it up, or does God mess it up?
You mess it up. Don't blame God. Don't blame God.
Oh, so
E,
God
we
has
know
no
that the
control
answer to
over
your
this
question
country.
is because Jizzle said he's an extreme right-wing MAGA Nick Fuentes
Believer, yes.
believer, right? So it's just like that's exactly why he has his. Now I'm not saying it's right, Jizzles.
of course.
Especially for a Christian. A Christian should be able to kind of step back and look at everybody as a neighbor at least, and be
Of
able
course.
to
Yep. Love your
their
neighbor as yourself. Yep.
right? So this is where
You know,
Nick
you know,
Fuentes.
Jizzle. You know
is
what
just-
God just told me? You know what God just told me, Jizzle? That he.
I feel like you're
brother.
mocking.
No,
No,
you know what he
I
told
feel
me?
like you're mocking
No,
God.
no.
at this point.
Jesus just told me that he's gonna take your brain and he's gonna make you El Salvadorian next life.
Bro. Like what?
That would be a miracle, right there.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
what
it would be.
are you wishing for around me? Because I talk to God. Remember.
Are you sure? Are you sure you're talking to God?
I can tell you one thing, Jizzle. I can tell you one thing about God that it says in Isaiah. He can rewind time.
I thought you said you don't accept any book except Revelation.
Well, you do realize. Time in
Yesterday.
heaven. Well, time in heaven and time on earth is different. Like one day in heaven is 1,000 years to God.
Yes,
so
sir.
ti-
But
time
when
is-
you're El Salvadorian, I asked Jesus to put your old memories of MAGA into you, so you can have tribulation within yourself.
That's not how it works. But
sir,
okay.
hold
I
on,
thought
hold on.
you
Wait,
only
wait,
accept
Cora.
the book
Ye,
of,
sir, have been
Revelation.
judged.
I want to hear what Cora has to say. Or Cora has to say.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? So yesterday you said you only accept the book of Revelation. Is that correct?
What do you want, dude?
He's talking to you, E.
Obviously, you're back. Okay, you want more. You want more. Your stomach right now, your adrenaline is creating endorphins, and you're here. You're here to feed that demon, aren't you?
No, because you said you only accept the book of Revelation. Is that true?
And okay. Do I owe you anything? Do I owe you money? Do I owe you an explanation? Why so quiet? Why so quiet, mortal?
Host, what do you do for a living?
I suffer.
Don't we all?
Okay, I mean, E, come on, be real with us, man. Like, what?
through suffering, you get out of here. You guys think you're reporting these mortal bodies, not knowing where you come from or where you go. Then you get given some books so you can learn. And in that learning, what happens is you receive the spirit, which is oil. Then your little blood starts coagulating. And you know what it does? It turns into spiritual knowledge. And once that spiritual knowledge comes, your bread here is done. It's been dipped and
But why do you
consumed.
accept only the revelation and not the whole Bible?
Why do you only accept the Quran?
He's accepting the whole Quran, and you're accepting one part of the Bible.
As I remember, it's called the Book of Revelation.
Yeah, but
Yes,
for
there are
example,
66
in
different
Revelation
books in the
5:7,
Bible.
it
Okay,
says
so if I
66
wanted
on the
to
throne.
know the end of the movie, I could just go to the end of the book, right?
No, that's not how it works in the Bible.
No, that's not how it works.
I mean,
Not with the
yeah, you
Bible.
could but just because you read the end of the end of like a book doesn't mean, oh, okay, now I know what the whole book is about. Trust me, I've
So
seen
now
many
you
book
know what the
reports
gauntlet
on
that
that.
they have
What time
done.
is it? Hold on. What time is it in eternity right now?
What
3:43
time is
p.m.
it in eternity right now?
So you said, why do I accept the whole Quran?
In
I
heaven,
accept it.
the book is already over.
Yeah, so
Daddy,
I
you
accept.
take these out.
Yes. So I accept the Quran because it's a complete text. It's presented as a unified revelation. It's claimed to be from God with eternal consistency.
Take this
It
out.
has a coherent theological
Daddy,
framework.
take this out.
Okay, one second. And a transmission history that I can
You better
examine.
take that out.
Yeah, he has the Legos.
Take
I don't want to
this
accept
thing
only
out.
one chapter or verse while rejecting the rest without cause. So you're doing like selective acceptance.
No, sir. What I'm choosing is to learn from the Spirit who teaches me all things that no man should teach me. And if I were to go blind, deaf, and mute, I could still talk to my God.
Right. Would you talk to him like this? Like
Yeah.
screaming at him?
Oh, wait till you meet him. Wait
You
till
haven't
you
even
meet
met him.
him.
No
Wait till
eye
you
has
meet him.
seen. Bro, it says in Scripture, nobody has seen or heard the voice of God. He may answer you. He may answer you through
those
prayer.
with a pure heart will
He
see
may answer
God,
you through
sir.
prayer.
And Jesus says that if you hear me knocking and you open the door, you will hear my voice and I will dine in you.
Gross.
Gross.
I
There's a
mean,
lot of penetration in the Bible. I'm not digging it.
E, with that said, consider this me. I knocked on your door. You let me in. I'm up here. I'm trying to share my spirit with you, and all you've been doing since Jizzle's been up here, and I don't know
Your
if you heard me.
spirit. Your spirit.
Yeah, my spirit.
So you're
Like,
God now.
Yes, I embody the Spirit of God, which I'm talking about is stated in 1 John 4, verse 8. God is love. I embody the Spirit of love that was given to me by accepting Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
Just like I thought you did, E, but then if you did, and this is the Spirit that He has given you, I wonder where.
He says, I will pour on him the spirit of judgment. Do you know what the spirit of
So is that what
judgment
you're doing? Is that what you're doing?
Do
to
you,
me?
do you understand
You're
that a
pouring your
spiritual
spirit of
man-
judgment.
A spiritual man judges all things, and no man can judge him.
Mhm.
Romans 4:8. Blessed is he that Jesus.
That's Romans. Romans. You
that
don't like
Jesus
Romans.
does
though.
not hold any iniquity on this man.
Wait, yeah. Didn't you say you only read the book of Revelation or two?
Yeah, don't quote Romans now.
Yeah.
What are you doing? God.
And in Revelation says, and all the liars, all the idolaters, all the immoral, all the pretenders are going to go to hell.
I think we're all agreeing on this, but you're misinterpreting what the text is saying.
Oh, okay. So
I
tell
agree
me,
with
is
you,
there
none
a
of it.
judgment? Is there a judgment?
You want a judgment? I'll give you a judgment.
Are we gonna be
I think the
judged in
judgment
blood?
is that you feel by bringing up all these verses that you are like putting us in the judgment seat when really it's like the saying, You point a finger at someone or something.
No,
You got three
no,
fingers
no,
pointing
no.
back at you.
No,
You've
Yeah,
got
no.
so
that's
many
the
fingers
No,
pointing back at yourself, E.
No, listen,
I'm
listen.
really
This is
just
how it
like
works.
dumbfounded that.
Mortal. Listen, this is how it works. Let me show you how
I
it
mean,
works.
God told us not to judge, but to judge
Let me
righteously.
show you how this works,
He
mortals.
told us to judge righteously.
All of us are carrying water. Every one of us has water molecules all around us.
Yeah.
That
Is that all
right
the water
there-
you have to give others? E?
Listen.
Because the
we're
water
bringing-
I can bring
Listen, hello,
to people.
McFly. We're inside of a fish tank. Okay, that water is
What?
taking record.
We're inside of a fish tank now? Okay. I
Just
mean,
let
I believe
Biff
we have
talk.
a firmament.
Yeah,
Just
you don't
let
have an
Biff talk.
atmosphere? You
Just
don't have an
let-
atmosphere now or what? Is water not existent?
Is water wet? Like, come
Only
on.
to the observer.
Okay.
So what?
So, yeah,
Is that
so,
it?
yeah,
Like, where
so
were you
it-
trying to
no,
land
no,
with
so-
all that?
so
There's
listen,
water in the
listen,
body.
listen.
There's water in the atmosphere.
Okay, so watch this. If I speak in my closet, I'll still enter your body.
What?
If I speak in the secret of my closet, I can still talk to your body because we're all connected through water.
We're all okay. No. Okay, whatever.
Meaning what? What does that mean to you? Because to me, we're all connected through TikTok right here. So is
Yeah,
TikTok
we've
water?
been-
That once you are baptized with water, you shall receive the Holy Spirit. But then what's going to be tested is your standing, your spiritual standing with the fire. And if that fire consumes what you built upon that foundation, you will no longer live as a soul.
So is your fire not consuming you right now?
I already had the fire, my friend. I passed the test. Now I'm judging your ass.
Okay. I mean, if that's.
I mean, what? What did you expect? Did you expect that Peter lied when he said that all dead and living will be judged in flesh?
What?
Do you believe in Judgment Day and works?
Don't get
This
me.
is Judgment Day.
Don't get
We
me
are
started
Judgment
on
Day.
Peter. Good old Peter Pumpkin Eater who. So
I mean,
E,
tell me why were you born then?
So E, why was I born?
Because
yeah,
my
why
parents liked each other.
why did you come to this planet?
Yeah,
Why did you
trust
come
me,
to
I,
this planet?
I
from
asked
that
my
mortal
parents this
body?
very question, and my father told me because just like God created Adam for, he needed someone to help him till take over his works. He has a very vast inheritance that he had worked his entire life with my mother to provide his children. Therefore, he needed children. Therefore, he had me to serve him and do his will, just like Jesus did the will of the Father, not God, but Joseph the carpenter's will is what I know. That's the truth that I was shown being given the Spirit. But E, you told me that you have the fire and you've already passed the test. So because you
don't
passed
tell
the
me-
test,
okay, don't
you
tell
can
me
go
what I
around
said.
acting
You don't
this.
tell me what I said. Listen. Listen to
Don't
what I'm
tell
about
you
to
what
say.
you said.
Listen to what I'm about to say. Listen. You, right now, are being judged so that you can determine where your soul goes. It's as simple as that. Now you preach this gospel of salvation. Game over, son. Race is over. We're in judgment. 8 billion souls are being judged this very second every time
Yeah,
we
right.
speak, do things, and everything. So in
Specifically,
order for you to pass
E,
this test,
specifically,
listen,
there are
listen,
one,
in order
two,
for
three,
you to
four,
pass
5
this
of us here
test,
who are being
in order
judged.
for you to pass this test, you must hear God's voice.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Hear my voice, E. You must hear my voice to pass this test.
You are not God.
Okay, well, if I'm not love, then what am I? Am I hate? Am I...
As I recall, Jesus judged the world as wicked. You, sir, are wicked.
Okay, well...
The
know-
other day you cursed me out and you said really rude things. Is this what you get from the book of Revelation? because in Revelation 20:12 it says, "And the dead were judged by what was written in the books, according to what they had done."
This isn't what he got from Revelations. This is the spirit that has been inscribed in his heart by Allah, and he is part of. Like we know what we.
You
you know,
can
like,
call
it's
us. We're a part of the Reapers.
Yeah,
The
Reapers.
what?
The Reapers. Yeah, I
What's
mean,
a
if that's
Reaper?
what you call it. The Quran calls them like the disbelievers, or even more severe, the losers.
Oh, okay,
So-
Different terminology. Yeah.
I'm not a disbeliever. I'm a knower.
yeah, and NOER.
And I know you are wicked.
I mean,
Do you sin? Hold on. Have you ever sinned before, Chaplain?
We
Of
all
course,
sin.
I've
We
sinned
sin every
before.
day.
Oh, okay. Then why should I even take anything that you say as true?
Because you sin too, dude.
Okay, so on that same speaking, why should I take anything that you say is true? E.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So here's the difference. You want to know the difference?
I do want to know the difference. Please
Alhamdulillah
show
for
me the
Quran.
difference.
Okay. The difference is that in my consciousness, if I don't exist, you don't exist.
If you don't exist, I don't exist. That's what you said in your consciousness.
Amen.
Okay.
All
I
right,
agree
all right.
with that.
That's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
Christ consciousness, though.
Hold on. Let's just Jizzles. Let's just go word by word. Let's just hear him out. So yes, logically, I agree with you, E. In your consciousness, in our consciousness, if we don't exist, no one else exists. So
Okay. So in this case, as I am around you and you're in my conscious awareness, I get to judge you.
okay, I don't know how we made. I don't know how we got to that
How
leap.
are
So
you
now that
judging-
I exist in your consciousness, that automatically just means to you firsthand,
Yeah, so,
you
so
get
that
the right
in my
to judge
next
me.
Consciousness,
Okay,
so
okay,
in my
okay.
next consciousness, after I leave this mortal body, you won't be around because you were judged as wicked.
All right. So E, do you believe that you are judging Chaplin righteously?
I'm
Yes.
not.
You're
I'm
not.
My connection to the
All right, then God
conscious
tells us not to judge
the
others
everlasting
other
God.
than to judge
He's
righteously.
judging him.
Hold on, Jizzles. Hold on. Thank you for that question. But E just admitted he's not judging me righteously, which I was just like, whoa, okay, that's a good accountability.
I am
But
judging
who
you,
is judging me? Who is
but
judging
I'm
me?
not judging you.
Okay, so who is judging me here? This is your ego, your super
The
ego.
higher, no. The same I am that's in you. That same I
okay.
am is judging you.
In you, right? You're higher.
No.
Your
Not
highest
in
self.
me. Not in me. Not in me. In the heavens and on the earth.
So the same I am that is in me is judging me from the heavens and the earth through you.
And I'm a witness to it. And I'm a witness to it. So I get to say, hey, God.
And so are
here we
Jizzles,
have a
and so is
witness
Magneto.
that can accuse this man of being wicked.
Yeah. We got 15 witnesses here who can make that judgment, and let's see where this jury falls at the end. Am I the wicked one, or is E-Man going to be the wicked one? You want to play that game, E? You get what? Okay, I mean, all right, it's on. Jizzles, Magneto, are you? I mean, you guys are the.
I'm ready, bro.
Okay, press one if Chaplin is wicked for saying that he's Jesus and God.
Hold on. So now we're going to dissect each thing. I was just saying, between you and I, E, who is the wicked one to the viewers here? But now, if you want to.
No, everyone's saying one. Everyone's saying one.
E, I see E who said one. Vince of York.
You said one. Yeah. Shit.
Magneto, I don't know if the question about the high, are you okay?
They're going after you, Chaplin. They're going after you.
What was that?
That was East BS.
Okay. Hey. I mean, so they're pushing one to the question that he's if I am wicked for saying that I am like Jesus Christ. That was what you asked these jury members. E. So this is why.
Okay. Now my turn. If you don't think I'm wicked, press one.
If you
Well, no,
don't think
I don't
E-Man
believe-
is wicked, press 1. If you
Yeah, well,
otherwise press 2 or 3 or anything.
yeah. I mean, I don't think that we're the same as Jesus. I think we have God in us, and I think because Jesus is perfect, humans are not perfect, and I don't know.
Okay. I mean, with that said, Jizzles, even though you claim you identify as, like you said, the Nick Fuentes, whatever.
Yep.
From what I have experienced with you, I would say that you still have the Spirit of God. You know, like it says in 1 John 4, test the spirits, because not every spirit is from God. You know, because a lot of false prophets have gone out of the world. You know,
Let me test your spirit. Let me test your spirit, Chaplain. Did the spirit inside you tell you to become a Muslim and take the Shahada?
Yes, I guess yeah. I mean, the spirit inside me works with my consciousness, and is behind all the actions that I do in my life.
You're telling me that the spirit in you told you to deny the crucifixion of Christ. And
I
believe
don't deny the
Quran.
crucifixion of Christ. This is the thing that
But being a
I've been
Muslim,
attacked
huh?
for from the Muslims. So don't think like I'm like your average Joe Schmo Muslim that you dealt with.
Yeah,
me.
they're doing that.
I'm a Christian who
You're not a
reverted.
Muslim then. You're not a Muslim.
I've been told that too. So it's just like whatever I identify as, I will always find some other human being who tells me otherwise.
You were right. He is a Democrat.
I did run for president last year, and I ran under a bipartisan party. I said, I'm not left, I'm not right, I stand in the middle, which I call the light. So there you go.
Jiz, as an illegal Mexican in the United States, I voted for Trump.
Mm-hmm. Because you're not an illegal Mexican. You're just posing as an imposter, E.
As an illegal Mexican, I voted for Trump. I mean, Kamala, come on.
I don't know. I mean, everybody here, do you guys really believe that he is an illegal, undocumented immigrant? Because I totally am going to call BS on that. I know E is a probably, native-born American just like me, probably just like you, Jizzles. And like he said, he's suffering all his entire life, and now he's just taking it out on the rest of the world. Is that a righteous judgment, or is that a completely wicked, evil judgment? Here, I'm making.
It's got a very specific word. It's not suffering. It's another word. I forgot what it was.
I'm just quoting you. You use the word suffering.
Yeah, but I was looking for a word.
Yeah, I mean, but you did tell me earlier, don't tell me what you said. It's just listen to your spirit, man. Like, I thought Devin was something else, but you are now.
So do people misinterpret or confuse intuition with say the Holy Spirit?
I don't. Apparently E does.
Look, there's mechanisms in your mortal body which allow you to have a response mechanism. That's called what you call reaction. As a son of God, you can only respond in perfect peace and love without hurting yourself or others. But in righteous judgment, when the grace is over, we're cutting trees down.
Right.
There will be no respecter of persons in judgment.
Hey, can we lean on more politics now? I'm trying to feel I'm feeling politics.
Yeah. I understand.
I would like to try to get you away
I don't
from
want
the
you to start
extreme
having a
end,
panic
Jizzles.
attack now, Mister.
I don't know about that. I mean, I agree with Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. I think of them as free thinkers. I don't agree with Trump and Israel. I don't agree with Israel at all. I mean, even though Palestine started that whole situation on October 7th, I don't agree with what Netanyahu's doing. Netanyahu deceived his people, lied to his people. His own people hate him. We just need to get him out. I believe we need to get out of NATO. Yeah, that's my take. We could also break these down. But what are you guys? Are you guys liberals, conservatives? Like, what are you?
I'm a Christian Republican conservative.
All right.
A Christian Republican conservative.
Well, I do believe that this country should be a Christian nationalist country, but that's just my view. I mean, I think
Like the
during
Nick
start-
Fuentes, like
Yeah. I mean,
like
during the start,
Christian nationalist, like that's just kind of like scary because like the Nick Fuentes view, like in my opinion, somebody who looks like me, brother, like feels like I'm not part of this, like if his Christian,
I get it.
which I'm just like, which is ironic because I'm like, isn't your last name Fuentes?
I get it. I get it.
But like I do agree that like a strong Christian nation, a strong Christian foundation for our nation is necessary.
Yeah,
You
well,
know,
I mean, at the start of America, the United States, I believe it was 9 out of the 13 colonies. You had to be basically a Bible believing Christian. So
Okay, let me explain to you the foundation of this nation by George Washington.
well, it was
A
meant for
Freemason.
it was meant to be a white country. So
No, hold on. It was
No,
Freemason.
no.
Hold on.
I-
Listen. So when George Washington laid the cornerstone of the foundation, that cornerstone was the stone that the builders rejected in Israel. So George Washington took Jesus and made this nation the foundation. Jesus the foundation. And that cornerstone in Freemasonry is Jesus.
all
Where
right,
does
can you
it say
tell me
that?
where all right. So since you brought up Freemasons, I mean, I'm very knowledgeable on that. I mean, can you tell me when the Freemasons were formed? Because they formed from stonemasons, and do you know why?
Okay, so the Masons started as what you call
1646, by the way. But yeah, keep going.
it's a speculative Mason and then an operative Mason. So operative Masons had orders in which there was an architect and 3 levels of builders. And so that was allegorized into the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ and made into an allegory of building a temple, a spiritual temple. So that they wouldn't be casted or killed, they created secret
So do you believe that
societies,
Freemasons are
knowledge.
satanic? So do you believe that Freemasons are a satanic cult? Yes or no?
They believe in Jesus.
Okay, so I guess his answer is no, Jizzles.
No, they're
Yeah,
not
okay,
a
yeah.
satanic cult.
All right.
Everything
Well, I
they
just wanted to.
talk about is
Well, I just wanted to
Jesus.
say something. I mean, early Freemasons, it was very much like a modern day trade union in medieval times. Almost all craftsmen were illiterate, so Freemason lodges were established for several reasons: to provide labor skill pool of skilled craftsmen who could be matched to other employers, and to just provide training for craftsmen. It may have
To
turned
preserve that profession
Yes.
of being a Mason, right? To
Yes, exactly,
preserve
yes.
like that art and pass it along to generations. So then you're saying, Jizzles, somewhere in like 1600 something, like you said, that's when it became in like the fraternity, like Masonic.
Yeah, like for example, like I don't know, like Skull and Bones that W. George Bush is a part of in Yale and shit.
That's
that.
like Greek fraternity. That's like college fraternity.
Oh, okay,
stuff.
yeah.
Okay. So watch now. Do they talk about Satan and Freemasonry? Yes. So everything is exposed. The light and the darkness is exposed.
Well, they're
in
not supposed to
Freemasonry.
hide it. They're supposed to put it right in front of our faces.
Well, the thing
which
is
we
that-
see everywhere, right? On our money,
Exactly,
we
exactly.
see Masonic symbols everywhere.
Yeah, I see it in my own city, in Boston. Yeah.
Oh, you're in Boston.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I've
the
never been there.
problem with this, look, the problem
Nothing
with
bad
keeping
to
it a
say.
secret, look, the thing about keeping it a secret is because everything concealed by God is for kings, okay? So anything revealed, it will always be concealed by God, so that the true worshipers of God that are spirit and truth will go uncover that pearl of great price and buy the field. So what they did is that exact thing, is they bought the field.
Who's they? What are you talking
Masons. Masons own the planet.
Masons own the planet, or are you talking about Jews?
No. In masonry, listen. In masonry, there is no Roman eagle. There is no sign or symbol that is above the Freemason sign.
Not even the Illuminati or whatever.
Yeah, the Eye of
Not
Horus.
even the
The Eye of
Illuminati.
Horus. The Eye of Horus. No.
That's part of Masonic.
Oh, it is.
Symbolism.
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe I'm stupid. All right. Hold on.
Like the eye of Horus. You're talking about the Eye of Horus, like type
Yeah.
thing? I know Masonic.
It's the Eye of Providence, not the Eye of Horus. Providence.
Province. No, province. I believe, not province. Province.
But it comes from like the Eye of Horus in Egyptian,
Yeah.
whatever they call it. I forgot. What is it called? What is Egyptian?
I don't think that's mythology. It's not theology.
Hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
But E-Man, you said earlier with the cornerstone, George Washington laying the cornerstone, which I don't know if you know this, but there was an act that is practiced by Masonic, fraternity, where George Washington laid down the first cornerstone for the White House, and they did this whole ritual where they poured oil and wine on it, and then they built the rest of the White House on it. I know that this isn't what you're, so you're saying this is kind of symbolic and relative to his belief in Jesus Christ. I think you're making a big
No,
leap
listen. In the Santa Maria, the Niña and La Pinta, there was a man named Rodrigo Bermejo, which means the Red Ruler. When he crossed the river, he was being guided with Columbus, and he told him, "Hey, God is telling me to go to America." You can look this up. He even has a stamp. Rodrigo
God is telling me
Bermejo.
to go to America because he was
Yeah, and
trying
he
to get
was-
to
that's
India,
where the-
right?
that's where the
He was
promised
trying to
land
get to
was.
India.
So all these people were looking for the fountain of youth. All these Spaniards, everybody, La Cabeza de Vaca, everybody was looking for the promised land, the land of milk and honey, because they knew that the time was coming, because Jesus had already come. So the secret is there. If you're a Mason, you know where you're at. You're seated and standing in your lot. But
So are
those
you a
who-
Mason? Are you a Mason, E-Man?
No, I never said that. I never said that. I just said if you are.
I know, but I mean, it just kind of seems like the way that you're presenting your knowledge and the way that you're talking about Masons, you're kind of am I the only one kind of feeling that, Jizzles?
I feel it. Yeah. But hey, host, I want to talk about Trump and stuff. Are you a supporter of Trump? Are you a supporter of Trump?
Oh yes, Trump
Oh, you are? All right, so
is leading the way for the end.
No, I agree.
For the end, or
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
for
yeah,
judgment.
clarify the end.
I
Clarify the
will
end for me.
uphold anybody who's gonna judge the planet.
Hey, wait. Before you start on that, can we just talk about the nationwide court injunctions of each president? I mean, Biden had 14 in 4 years, Clinton had 12 in 8 years, Obama had 12 in 8 years, Bush had 6 in 8 years, and Trump had 64 in 4 years and 5 months. So why is that? I think it's because Donald Trump is actually trying to be a president of the United States. He's winning against the political machine. He's winning against the odds, and he basically changed the whole entire culture of politics permanently. I mean, can we agree on that? I mean, he wasn't a politician his first term, and you see how far he got.
Well, that's if you look at political science. I don't go by political science. I go by revelation.
All right, so why did he have 64 in 4 years and 5 months?
can you break that down even further for me?
I'm
Just
not-
as
this is why I pulled my Mexican
how
card. I
many
don't
did he
know
have
this
in
shit.
his first 4 years, and then in this this first, is it what?
Yeah,
5
I'm saying
months?
his
5
I'm
months?
saying his first. Yeah.
like, was it like how many did he have? How many injunctions did he? Do you have that statistic in front of you? Like
Not
break
for
down
me.
that number.
Not for me. I'd have to look
Did
that
a lot
up.
of these injunctions come from his second term, or is it kind of like
It's
like
mainly passed down from his first term.
first term? Okay, and he's
Yeah,
just
count
building
it.
more, right? Okay,
Yeah, of course. And
okay, and he's at 64 injunctions.
yep, 64. Yep.
Meaning, and what is an injunction specifically? This is like a dispute
Hold on,
within
I
Congress
wrote
and
notes.
stuff like
Hold
that.
on. Yeah, I wrote notes down. Hold on.
Or these are like all the
Dude,
court scandals.
none of
all
us
the
know what the hell you're
court
talking
cases.
about.
Exactly.
Hold
That's
on.
why I'm trying to
The chaplain does not know what an injunction is. I don't know what an injunction is. It
Well, I mean-
sounds like that old cartoon with the little roll in the
conjunction junction.
Yeah.
What's your function?
Yeah, there you go.
School of Rock, right? Is that
Wait,
what
hold
it
on,
was?
hold on.
School of Life. Conjunction junction. What's your function?
I like police force, so I always vote for Republican.
Yeah, I mean,
Basically, from making a party not commit an act, but I don't know how to put that. But
to
I mean-
make a party not commit an act.
hold on.
Let me look it up.
I hope you're learning something here, chaplain.
I hope you're learning something too. E.
Well, no, I'm learning from something that I just fucking read. So I mean,
Good. I hope we're all learning. You know, life itself is
oh yeah,
a
of
teacher.
course. Yeah, if you're not learning something new every day, what are you doing?
Calling out evil, wicked demons like E. Okay, so an injunction is an authoritative warning or order by definition. What is
From
a
different
what is
parties,
a
right?
what is a presidential injunction? What is a
Or
president?
no, just say a court injunction because he had a court injunction.
Well, I mean, then that would imply to me like all the court cases he's gotten like thrown into and was involved in this whole time.
Yeah, last week,
Especially before he became starting his second term, right? Like all that stuff with Eugene Carroll and like his property taxes and all that stuff. So these all are included, you think, in this 64 injunction?
yes, I do believe so. I mean, CNN did admit, CNN literally admitted on live air that the 34 count felonies was basically an intentional move to not make him president, and he still became president. So
Yeah, because you know why? The irony of like that whole thing in New York, like the lady, the Democratic politician who was going after him so directly, is guilty of all the stuff that she was trying to charge him for.
exactly.
And now that she's in the hot seat, she's like playing like dumb. She's like, I didn't know that wasn't legal. It's just like, what?
Exactly. Yeah, and then I guess I just want to make one more point after you guys make your point. So I'll just wait until you guys finish your point.
I mean, and I just want to state, Jizzles, I do agree with you. Like President Trump, first term, he took over the time with COVID, right? Like that's when he was president. He was president when COVID hit us, and he gave everybody the what is it? The tax incentives, like I got a check for like $600 and then like $1,200, just for COVID relief and stuff like that, like
I believe in his first term he tried to pass a 10% tax cut on the middle class, but that law was never enacted. So,
well, I mean, either way, was it never enacted because of the COVID epidemic?
okay, yep, that makes sense.
So there was probably a lot of stuff that he was trying to do. He promised us a wall all across the southern border. That didn't happen, but he did end up building like
'cause
a
Biden
good
stopped
chunk
it.
of the wall, right? No, I mean, What do you mean Biden stopped him? He was the president at this time. Like this is where.
Well, how many miles of wall did he build already? Like,
I know I'm not denying that he didn't build like a substantial portion of the wall, but he promised America, you elect me president, there will be a wall like the Great Wall of China all along the southern border. And Charlie Kirk even admitted it in a debate that he was like, President Trump uses hyperbolic language, and I had to look that up. And if you look it up, like I'm just like, that's danger. Like hyperbolic language is just where you like just use phrases and things to like make it seem so extreme to just like get people's attention. But it also talks about how like this can also like trigger a lot of like bipolar disorder, like tendencies and stuff like that. So this is where like when Charlie Kirk admitted that, I was just like, I asked myself, like, does Charlie Kirk think that this is a good thing? Because that's what the whole MAGA, like, the MAGA members that were like fully behind Trump, like all the Daily Wire member and Candace Owens and all that stuff, like they use hyperbolic language, just like get rid of them, like just it's them, they're the, like that's hyperbolic language,
So, like, I guess you could say I agree with, say, Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro on a lot of views, but where I don't really like them is whenever they're asked about Israel, they always
side with Israel.
Exactly, because I mean the billionaires that are funding them are heavy supporters of Israel. I mean, yes, I understand.
But do you think that's really all of it?
I don't agree.
Jizzle?
I don't agree with them pandering to Israel now.
See, because to me, I think it's an inner spiritual battle within them that's like a hate for anybody else who isn't like a Christian like they are type thing. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to call it racism, but it's just a darkness that you can witness that they believe in this war or in this conflict. If it's going to be Jews or Arabs, that's how they see it. Jews or Arabs, they see Jews as the the one that like, so the way that they already structure it in their mind, that it's not money, but money probably has its part in it. Money probably came because of this darkness. Like that's how like the devil works. It tries to just.
Do you think Israel wants to take over Palestine to make it a Jewish state, or something else?
Politically, like, does like the Israeli government want to take over Palestine to make it a? And is that what you're asking, or like people, or the people?
In general, I don't know how to word that. I mean, yes, I would say the people. Yeah. No. He wants all of the Palestinians out. I would assume, and he wants to make it a Jewish state. So I don't think it's for the people now.
Just in Israel, because I don't think that can't be what like the known. Like. I'm not denying that, like this is something that I don't have, like I said, like 100% knowledge about how it like, I know how this whole conflict between Arabs and Jews began by reading the Bible, like this is like the Israelites versus the Ishmaelites, and like just how these things like, but I look at both Jews and Arabs as like cousins of each other. Like they come from
I could agree with that.
the same founding father, Abraham, right?
Cousins that hate each other, yeah.
But why do they hate each other? Because of
their
political
different
bans. Political bans. No, because I know a lot of Jews who accept like Muslims. Like they accept Muslims as following the same God. Only Jews call it Yahweh, and Muslims call it Allah. But the true followers of Torah and stuff like that.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if God wanted to make a flock of people that were gonna get judged, and He put it in their bodies that's the way they were gonna worship, and that's the whole custom of their worship. The whole thing was wrong the whole time, and these guys over here, are given an opportunity to go into eternal life. Now, which judgment is harsher? The people that were granted the true way for the worship, or the people that were in error?
Wait, what? Say that again.
Yeah, you lost me at the end.
Yeah, which ones receive more condemnation? The ones
The
that
harsher
were
punishment.
born into the wrong religion, or the ones who were born into the right religion?
Well, it says in the Bible, I believe, that every eye, or no, everybody has heard of Jesus at least once. The Bible at least once.
So
And if you haven't, like,
Jesus,
you're
hold on.
living.
In Jesus, it says this: those who have sinned more will receive more.
Yes, and that's where I'm saying, like, there has to be different levels of hell, right? Because I was on another live and they said no, there's not different levels of hell. So you're telling me a liar and say Stalin are at the same level? No.
No, I'm saying that if we do get reincarnated, Stalin is probably living in the Ganges eating turds.
Bro,
But
how can you
Chisels,
be a
what he was
Christian
asking,
and believe in
Chisels,
reincarnation?
what he was asking here is just if you were born in Boston,
Yep.
like under, like Catholicism, right?
Okay.
And
Yep.
I was born here in Colorado under Buddhism, right?
Yep.
Or even Hinduism, let's say,
Yeah.
And then E was born and raised under what he believes is the true right religion, okay?
Okay.
He's asking which of us three are going to be judged harsher just based on that one bit of information. So it's just like it doesn't matter. Like
wait,
we
wait,
like
watch.
like
No,
what
no,
we're born
watch.
into.
No, listen. Let's say Judaism is the true way, Christianity is the midway, and Islam is the lost way. Okay, which if
The
if
lost
God-
way?
if God-
It's
if
gotta
God-
be the lost
hold on,
way?
watch. And God said, "I'm gonna put your soul in a Jewish body. I'm gonna put your soul in a Christian body. That's you, and then I'm gonna put your soul in a." Okay, so which one of us got the worst condemnation?
Well, I would say that goes back to me saying that everybody has at least heard of Jesus once. So, I mean, I would say will be judged the same. Well, not the same. We're going to be judged on each of our own personal actions.
Or
Why
works.
did God?
Like our-
well,
or
why
works,
did
yeah,
God-
works,
hold
works,
on,
yeah.
but why did God make it harder for the lost religion?
Where are you seeing that? Where in
This
scripture
is
does
where like you're calling it the lost religion. I'm not gonna call it the lost
yeah.
religion. I'm
Do
gonna
you have a
call
scripture for that? Do you have a scripture for that? I have my Bible open. So.
Yeah, I do. Hold on.
Way to put him on the spot, Chisels. But you get what I'm saying, Chisels? Like don't let politics corrupt your spirit. Does that make sense? Like I can tell like you're still like young enough. But you see people like Biden and just all the politicians. I agree with you.
Okay,
Trump-
James 1:26 and 1:27.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear what Chaplin was saying first.
No, I'm just saying, like like it's just we'll get to it. But like Biden politicians are by definition like corrupt, like manipulative people.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
Trump was not a politician; he was a businessman. Now, businessmen are even worse sometimes.
Yeah, I could agree.
So this is where I'm just like, for people like on the extreme MAGA side, just like he's a great successful businessman. I'm just like, that's not a threat to you people?
Now, I wouldn't take that position.
Okay.
There's a few things I disagree with Trump on. I'm not like,
Okay.
hey, Trump's my
To
daddy.
me, it seems like you supported Trump and you vote for Trump because of his like will,
His political
to,
views.
to change things, right? Like
Yes.
things need to be changed. Granted, like now you're seeing like, hey, I don't agree with him on like this whole Israel conflict. You're seeing like where you disagree, but to me, it seems like your spirit was driven by just this need that you recognize. We in America specifically need change. Just like Obama
Yeah, of
said,
course.
we want change. We want change, right? Like Obama changed like everything for my generation by like introducing universal health care. Like that's something that every American deserves. Now, granted, from a businessman's perspective, like Trump and my father, the way Obama got this done, universal health care, was by telling business owners, like that it's their responsibility to
Small
provide
business
this.
owners? Okay.
Depending on how many employees you have. This is where like the words are very
Yeah.
contractual. You know, like that's why like contracts are so thick and they use like this weird language. You know, but
Yes.
small business owner to like somebody like Trump who employs thousands, you know, tens of thousands of people. You know,
Yeah.
it's their responsibility to now take care of covering their health insurance, which, you know, most companies had like, you know, like, hey, if you're with us, we'll give you health benefits, right? We'll give you dental and medical and stuff like that. But now, with this introduction of, you know, Obama's universal health care, these business owners were forced to now give all their employees, you know? So it's just like almost a handout, you know, like business employees like my father, you know, we give those benefits to employees who have shown us that they are dedicated, good employees, you know?
Exactly.
But now this means that the new kid on the block just out of high school who gets a job as a janitor, automatically we have to pay for his medical insurance. Is that fair? You know, like depending on which side you stand on, you're gonna say yes or no, right?
Yeah, I think, and Trump's doing it as we speak now. I mean, we
Well, Trump,
really need to
Trump
get
is now
him-
saying like I'm going to get rid of Obamacare, but I want to keep.
Yeah, I disagree with Obamacare, but we can get
right,
into
right.
that.
So Obamacare is what I'm talking about. Obamacare
Okay.
to me is how he did it, just by putting it in the hands and responsibility on business owners to do this. It wasn't government, you know. Like now with Medicare and stuff like that, it's all of our taxes, you know, that now go into this thing. So now Medicaid is all this. So when Trump says, I want to get rid of Medicare and like all this stuff, that's very hyperbolic, scary language for people who rely on Medicare and like that as their health insurance. Does
Yeah,
that
and a
make
lot of
sense?
people, yes, of course, and a lot of people tell me, especially from the Obama, his second term, I believe, they said people keep telling me, well, Trump inherited the job growth from Obama, but wasn't Obama the one that said, I quote unquote, oh, I think we're gonna need a magic wand to bring all these jobs back. Trump brought
Did he?
the jobs.
Did
Yes,
he?
he did. Yes, Obama quoted that. Oh, I think we're gonna need a
To
magic
be
wand.
honest, I personally put my finger at Obama for even making Trump want to run for president. Like at that dinner where he was just like, you'll never be president, and when you're president, then you can.
yeah,
Trump,
yeah,
you can
I
see
saw
that look
that.
on Trump's face. It's like, what the hell did that guy just say to me? I'll show
Yeah,
you.
Bernie
And
said
the
the
fact that
same
he
thing.
won. You know?
Yeah. Bernie said the same thing. Hillary Clinton said the same thing.
Right. So clearly, that to me, you know, like when I heard Trump, like I was like, oh gosh, you know, Trump, you know, like you're fired, you know, like is he really gonna win? But he promised to like get rid of the deep state, is what he called it. This was the first time I even heard this term.
Yep.
You know, and then I like looked that up, and it's just like, yes, this deep state of just corruption that politics has become, where they're doing backdoor deals, you know, like doing stock trades and stuff like that. You know, like they're not businessmen. You know, like so when he went after Biden, you know, like during Biden's term, just like this guy is terrible. I agree with him. Biden is one of the most shadiest people too. When Hunter got like put on the
Yeah,
scene,
he gave 100. Yeah, he gave I believe it was 186 billion over the course of his presidency to
Ukraine, right?
Yeah,
just funding the war, keeping the
Yep.
war going, right? And he even came on CNN telling him, "I'm never gonna sit down with President Putin. I will continue." You know, I was just like, "Yo, this guy just wants war." You know, like that, like that's you can sense their greed once you have like the knowledge and discernment with the Holy Spirit. It's so easy to see the darkness. You know, like all this stuff, jizzles. You know, like, and you're getting there. I don't know.
yeah. Well, I have a question for you, Chaplain.
Yeah.
This is on. I feel like this is not talked about enough. Big tech censorship, but would you say it's a conspiracy to say that Mark Zuckerberg stopped censorship for a few months to trick us into a false sense of security? Or I guess a better question would be
When during the
why did
Trump?
all of these elites turn red pill?
Why did all these elites turn red pill?
Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, again, Mark
Red
Zuckerberg.
pill meaning Republican when they were heavily blue
No,
pill?
Democrat. Basically, all of these Silicon Valley big tech owners
We're
switch to
donated millions the
Republicans,
Democratic
right?
Party, and then they
Look,
switched
let
the
me
thing.
tell you something. Let me tell you something about these big tech owners. If you've ever known a hacker, you don't mess with them. They can do whatever they want. They own everything.
I wouldn't say that, but
No, trust me. They'll have you like
there's
exposed.
different types of hackers. You have white.
They hold. I mean, people
They
like
hold
Mark
all your
Zuckerberg,
information.
Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. They hold a lot of influence over society, like worldwide.
Of course.
Like, so you're asking, do I believe specifically Mark Zuckerberg? Did Mark Zuckerberg? Can you ask that? Like during the Hillary Trump? Give me 1 second. I got a phone call coming. Mom,
응. 티티 집에 갔다 왔어?
he said nobody's home, so he's asked if I can come at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So I said, yeah, that's fine.
응, 나이네 투마로에.
Yeah.
응, 해고 나서 알려줘 엄마한테.
Okay, I will.
응.
Basically,
Bro, it's like going to a nightclub, bro.
Mark Zuckerberg basically censored Nick Fuentes from almost. Bro, Nick Fuentes is censored from banks. He's almost everything, bro.
What do you
just
mean
because
censored from
he's speaking
banks?
out on Israel.
Okay, watch
Well,
this.
no, he can't. He's blocked. He's banned from certain types of banks.
Yeah, so
From
what
like
happened-
using them, or like what do you mean he's banned from them?
Yes.
Like he can't enter. He can't enter a Chase bank.
It gets scary once you start banning income.
Jeebus. In this country, when you have a corporation, you have policies that.
What's
when
freedom
you
of speech then?
Into agreement with them. It's not
Okay.
Facebook's fault. It's Nick's fault for having that.
How's it Nick's
that
fault for
crime.
having a free thinking view?
Because
freedom of
they-
speech,
they
that's in
are-
our
you're going into-
Constitution.
look, it's like you going into a nightclub and telling the nightclub people that the other club is better. They're not going to let you do that.
No, that's not what he's doing. The truth hurts, man. That's all I gotta say. The truth hurts, and he's the truth.
Okay. So Jizzles, like, let me tell you this. Like, to you, what is the difference between morals and ethics?
I would say morality comes down to not feeling, but like
Just knowing good and not good, right?
Evil.
Like that's
Yeah.
what morals are, right? So what are ethics then, based on that definition? Think about it. And let me tell you. Let me just
like
give you-
values.
let me tell you this. So
Okay.
morality, like morals is knowing what's good and bad, right? But
Yep.
ethics is different. Like ethics is knowing what you have the right to do and knowing what is right to do. Does that make sense?
So you're talking about legality now?
No. It's a moral choice, right? We all have, as Americans, the right to freedom of speech, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, ethics is knowing what is the right thing to do with that right. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying Nick Fuentes is, like he has the right to freedom of speech. What I'm saying is he is a grown adult man, and he should know that the power of his words hold a lot of influence. So he should be very mindful, at least, of the words that he chooses, especially to post on like a tweet or on social media, right? It's one thing just to be like in a live setting and just saying stuff, but to take the time to sit down and type it into a tweet, into like a certain character limit format and just say, hey, get rid of all the legal immigrants because America doesn't need diversity. I'm not saying that's what he says. And he just says, send. Is that a responsible way?
There's a better way to go about it.
Right, exactly. Okay, so I would say if Mark Zuckerberg did censor Nick Fuentes for stuff like that, then Mark Zuckerberg, and again, this is just what I hope, because I try to see the good in people. I hope that he was doing it to show these like you said, these elites that they can't just keep spatting their mouths off like that. You know, like Mark Zuckerberg came on CNN just saying like, yes, the government approached me and told me that we at Facebook need to be vigilant in watching out for like false news and false like facts and rush, you know, like so that's all he said. He was just like, they just told me to be vigilant. And I looked that up. Just
So
like
he's basically
just
yeah. So would you? I mean, just say he's picking and choosing at that point.
I mean, I would say that like the focus group that they're picking out of is, like you said, the elites, like the big influencers type thing. They're looking at them. I'm theorizing very closely, if anybody, right? And then through all the algorithms, they're kind of keeping an eye on all the people who repeat the same rhetoric. Does that make
Okay.
sense? And then this
Yeah,
is how
but
just
don't
kind of
you
people
have to be
get.
consistent with your rhetoric in order to gain, I would say, mass following? Because I mean, Jordan Peterson, he just went on Jubilee, and it was a 1v. He was supposedly a Christian, and he went against 20 atheists, and then one kid went up to him, and for all these 10 years I've been knowing Jordan Peterson, he's always been saying, yeah, I'm a Christian, this, Christian, that, blah, blah, blah. And now at the table on that episode, he says, I've never claimed to be Christian.
Jordan Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, we have a new guest here.
So it's just like, I don't know. I mean, and then my last point is like, we mentioned all these things: DEI, illegal immigrants, anti-Semites who criticize Israel over the internet, Iran, Russia, China, Somalia, and Yemen, and all of these things, and not one mention of big tech censorship. And I find that to be a problem.
Well, I mean, we were getting into that. I mean, that's not anybody's
Okay, yeah,
fault
yeah,
here that we haven't got. Hey, we're not CNN, Jizzles. You know, like, hey, I have the time to go into that, and if he doesn't want to do that on his platform, I would love to talk these kind of politics.
course.
Because, like I said,
No
I'm going to
apologies.
run for president. I'm going to run for president again. You know, in 2028. You know, like so, it would be good for me to kind of be able to listen to the voice of your generation. You know, like so. It's
all right,
helping-
we
and I
have a
help-
new
help
guest
another.
here. We have a new guest.
Hello.
Huckleberry.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Yes, welcome to another episode of Jesus the Father.
Yeah, I agree.
Chaplain.
He is the father.
Yeah.
I just want to read. I mean, Jeff Bezos put out a letter at the Washington Post. I mean, mind you, he owns the Washington Post. But he basically said, he claimed, we got it wrong. We need an alternative viewpoints, and we need to listen to Trump supporters more. That's what Jeff Bezos said. So I feel like we're all going on the right side here, you know? I don't know. I mean, Zuckerberg, he poured $300 million to get out of the vote on behalf of Joe Biden. And he said he wasn't going to do any political giving, and that is effectively an in-kind contribution.
Jizzle,
Okay, yeah.
why do you care about these billionaires' opinion, bro? F them, bro. Who cares?
It's not that he cares
do you
about
mean?
their
They
opinion.
control-
It's not
they
like he
control the
cares
big-
about like the politics of our nation because he is aware that the politics of our nation is what's driving like all the problems in our
Exactly.
current society today, right?
Yeah, but
Jizzles?
we can't pick the billionaires because the billionaires are the ones that have the politics in their pockets. Like you're picking the wrong people to idolize.
I don't think
I'm
he's
not
idolizing them. We're
not
just
idolizing
kind of
them.
we're putting the focus on them and trying to figure out
and
where do
I'm
we
saying the
stand
focus is
on
not
their
on
influence of all of this.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
So,
of course, yeah.
Yeah. Uncle Baby, you know, like just, you know, thank you for just kind of, you came in a little hot, but you know, like now that you're kind of like, okay, I see. You know, like he's just very passionate about just like politics.
Yeah.
I think that it's very admirable for, you know, like the young generation. I only say
Yeah,
young
I'm
because
25.
I'm
I'm
43.
25, so-
I'm 43.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, like
Oh, nice.
so.
And then,
You know-
one more point. I just want to talk about the bait and switch tactics the media use on the American people. I mean, for example, perfect example is the Biden presidential debate. They basically they put Biden out there to fail so they can remove him and put Kamala without having to do a primary. And this is how the Democratic Party runs their operations. They actually don't believe in democracy, ironically enough. They haven't had a real primary since Obama beat Hillary in 2008, I mean, which, by the way, that was supposed to be Hillary's primary. And then once Obama won, basically the Democrats said, "Whoa, hold on, we don't need voters deciding for us." So I don't know. It's just
Okay, so you're saying
Question, though.
because
That's the
Obama won. Oh yeah, give me 1 second. I just want to do a clarifying statement here. Because Obama won, they said we don't need voters anymore. Is that what you're saying? So like the Republicans were like, "Yo, we can't like trust like the people." Like to
I would
vote.
say trust the people. I mean, and they're doing that. I mean, they're doing the same tactic with Trump right now. But I just saw. I mean, Rolling
So
Stone
wait,
really.
do you agree that
saying
Trump's
Republicans
first
should question
term?
Trump's health, Biden's cancer. Okay, yeah. How does that have to? How is that relevant to Trump's health? And they're trying to make it seem like Trump is.
Well, Trump is not like now the same age as Biden. You know, like Trump is going to be the same age as Biden.
But Biden
when
had
he was
cancer way before that.
the prostate
I believe.
cancer that
Yeah, I
he
believe.
just came out with. I mean, either or. You know,
It was a
like you
cover-up.
got, just like take the politics away from all this. Okay, so do we believe that Trump's first term he was elected fairly and by the people, or
I mean,
are
Trump-
we?
I mean-
are we insinuating or suggesting that this was like out of our like hands, but told to
No,
us
I don't-
that like
no, I
it's
don't
still
believe so.
in our hands. Okay, I agree.
mean, Trump's
I believe
fir-
that
I mean,
the
Trump's
people
first term-
elected. I believe that the people elected President Trump, and then this is when like the Democratic Party was just like, "Yo, we got to do something because how did we lose?"
Yeah, exactly.
You know? So then they started doing these tactics, these shady tactics of like bringing in more, you know, immigrants, migrants from like Venezuela and all this stuff, right? Under the guise of, you know, just like good, right? Oh yeah, these people need, you know, like asylum or whatever. Let's bring them into our country. Let's take care of them, you know, under that guise of being like, you know, for the people, you know, like everybody, right? While the
Yeah, I mean-
Republicans are like specifically, no, like we're for us first, you know, and then out this way, okay? So
Yeah, can we both agree like Trump's first term, his views were probably radical, but his policies were not at all even close to radical.
he was specific on immigration, right? He was just like, we got to secure the wall. He wanted to get rid of the universal health care or fix it, or you know, like that was another stance. He
Also
wanted
the school
to
system.
he wanted to clean out the deep state, right?
Yep, and the education system.
Right.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna have to interrupt y'all. Come on, hey. So let me ask y'all this question: you guys think that they're on different teams?
I think they're on the same. They're like the two sides of just the one coin. The one coin being the same
No.
game.
You see my picture? Hey, you see my picture? I got two wings, right? It's the same bird. It's the same bird. They're just different sides of the same bird, bro. They're working in cahoots.
Okay, so then what's the bird to you in this? Like the bird is like just politics, and they're just the two wings of politics.
Or is the bird the elites that are controlling the parties?
I think you're getting it. Bro. It's the billionaires and the politicians. They're
Yeah, I
playing
see what
us.
you're saying. No, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, they're playing us.
I do believe that. I do believe that too.
So look, let me look. So I agree with you guys. The first election with Trump, the people did vote for him. He did win fair and square. Right? And then but the thing is he implemented a bunch of policy that was slowly coming into fruition during the Biden administration. Like for instance,
So he inherited it.
well, he was slowly creating the problem, the environment, so that he could come in and save it, right? That's what all the politicians do. So they
During
all
the Biden administration, so he was like purposely stirring the pot, just like
right
like,
before,
just-
yes, right before he leaves, right. Look, so if you really
Right,
think
yeah.
about it,
I mean,
But
Biden
you-
did wear a MAGA hat.
At the end, I
exactly,
mean,
exactly.
this is where you look at like coming. I used to do stand up comedy, so like working in that industry of like entertainment.
Oh, you kind of
Like-
remind me of Shane Gillis.
Really?
You definitely sound like Shane Gillis, bro.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say Shane Wang, but
Oh yeah, he does. Hey, he does. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Shane Gillis.
I like Shane Gillis, so thank you. I was just kind of looking. I've never heard
No,
anybody
no,
say
no. I'll
like
give
I
you an
remind
example.
him.
Look, I can't make a claim. Hey, I can't make a claim without giving you evidence, right? So the COVID vaccine happened at the end of Trump. People keep forgetting that the COVID vaccine and the us having to stay at home was because it was still during the Trump administration. We forget that, but it was during that time where forced vaccines came out. So we can't blame Biden for like forcing vaccines on us, right? It was literally in
But
that same.
but then, brother, who does Trump blame? Fauci, right? He's like, oh, that's all Fauci.
So the mirror guy is RFK. He's RFK Jr. is the mirror of Fauci. Look, so
Yeah.
they have
Okay,
two
yeah,
same
now-
on every side, right? You got Kamala, you got Trump, you got Fauci, and you got JFK. Did you know that JFK actually RFK? You know that RFK actually has funded the Wuhan labs too, right? He actually has money for the mRNA technology. Bro, y'all are picking the same, like it's just the same character.
I mean, the fact you guys know about RFK's
Trump is against the political machine. You're forgetting that. Trump is against the political machine.
You guys know how RFK was like on a podcast and he was like, he admitted about this crazy incident that happened in New York that he just like admitted he was part of, like where like in the Central Park they found like a dead like bear or something like that. And like nobody knew where it came from. And then like 20 years later, RFK's on a podcast talking about how that was him. He's just like, I didn't know what to do with this bear, so I just dumped it in Central Park. And they were like, what? Plus, he has like that voice that I can't listen to, but he's all like, you know, he's a healthy looking guy, and he's married to that girl from Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is
Yeah, but I just want to say the left claims to be anti-establishment, but they're not. They are the establishment. Trump is now representative of the anti-establishment. Maybe he's taken over the establishment, or just become it.
But that's where the illusion is, bro. Like both wants big government. If you could look at the policy,
No, I think Trump wants a smaller government, as does the people.
No. But if you look at the actual, like he says he wants small government. If you actually look at the policies, it's becoming more and more controlling. He's getting rid of the education.
I think we're headed.
He's getting rid of the education system so that he could put in his own education system. So he's actually knocking down all the buildings.
Well, I don't agree with what public schools teach anyway. So.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
But is the solution to that to just get rid of the public education department completely, or to reform our current public education system? You know, that's where I'm just
we gotta see. Well, yeah, we gotta see. We gotta wait.
Could you say? Wait, could you say that more marriage more education equals more marriage in the household? Overall, I mean, I think it does. I think is a very deep concept.
Does
but I
more
think
education lead to more marriage? I mean, I'm not saying
I believe so.
I believe it contributes to, you know, like more marriages, but it can also contribute to less marriages. The more you know, you're just like, dude, I know that like most percentages of like marriages fail. You know, so it's like the more you know,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
or
And that's
you know,
because
like,
we don't have a nuclear family established in America anymore. I don't think. I think that's falling away. I think that has fallen away, and we stray from that.
So nuclear meaning just the traditional, just a man,
mom,
a wife,
yeah.
and then children, right? This whole thing with like single sex couples raising children in the Nick Fuentes extreme MAGA view is a huge problem and needs to be solved,
Yes.
right?
So yeah. So I would disagree with that, right?
I disagree with that too. Just the way that we are defining the nuclear family, you know, like I use the wordplay of like a new clear family, right? Like what it means to be a family, you know, just like two adult like guardians, and then like, you know, like that when we put it under that semantic metric, just like as long as a family has two mature guardians who are watching and taking care of the children.
Yeah, Jizzles. You like statistics, right? You like statistics. I can give you some.
That's what I go off of. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, there are cases where same-sex marriages, right? They're doing very bad things to the children. That's not a good family. But the problem is, statistically, in a normal family, That's where the children get hurt too. Like with the man and the woman, there's statistically the children under abusive.
Yeah,
It's the
it's
same, bro.
always
I'm
the
just saying it's the
source.
same.
The source is always the guardians, right, or parents,
Yes.
right,
Yes.
of all
It's not-
childhood trauma comes from the guardians or our parents, right? That's you can't argue with that semantic
Yeah, I get it.
premise, right? You know, like so, you know, like, but to say that America needs to like treat those families, those nuclear families who like have gay dads or gay moms who had children in a straight relationship, but then after, you know, like the kids grew up, now they have gay, you know, like you never know how these relationships happen. But like, you know, Huckleberry, if I may just call you that, like said, you know, like with statistics, we are now seeing like there are like alarming numbers of like these childhood trauma cases that lead to like these now like topics
Okay,
of gender
okay, let me read
dysphoria.
this for you. Okay, let me read this. Let me read it again. If you're listening and you do not hear God's voice, you're going to hell. But this thing I commanded I them, saying, obey my voice, and I will be your God, and ye shall be my people. Walk ye in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well unto you. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear, but walked in the counsels and in the imagination of their evil hearts, and went backward, not forward.
Amen.
Which is what politics
Chaplain,
is. Which is what our system is. It's two steps forward, one step back. You know, it's like Democrat, and then the Republican like takes like undoes it, and then it's Democrat. You
I
know,
don't
it's
even
just
believe we have conservatives anymore. I mean, what is it to be conservative nowadays? I mean,
that's why I call myself like in the middle, the light. You know, not left or right, the light. Like the you know, like Jesus. Jesus was in the middle. Jesus wasn't a Democrat.
Wait, can we take a
maybe-
quick break from politics? Can we take a quick break? I did actually want to go up and ask Elise,
E?
the host, E, some questions. So I've not followed this, but I've seen you live, bro, and you've changed. Can I say that, or do you think that?
Oh, yes. So Jesus is the Father, your God, and your Father.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so I started reading the book, right? And like I was like, well, it's kind of weird because he's like real tricky about who he is. But then I started reading the first revelation and the last, and I say, well, he's testifying. And then if you start noticing how he removes the lamp from the temple and only keeps the light and the voice, and that voice says, I, Jesus. And then you go to 1 John 1:5, it says, God is light, and in him there is no darkness. So if you remove the man Jesus, you remove the angel Jesus, you're left with the voice of Jesus and light.
I like, yeah, amen, bro. When did you come to this revelation? Was it recently, or you just?
Yeah, about like
he only takes the book of Revelation. He doesn't ascribe to any other book in the Bible.
You only need the revelation of Jesus Christ.
That's all you need.
Yeah, you only need the revelation of Jesus Christ. You only need it. You only need the revelation of Jesus Christ. That's all you need, bro.
So all you need to do is read Revelation and not the rest of the Bible. Is what you're claiming?
Let me say that again, bro. You only need the revelation.
That's
of
like saying reading the end of the book. I know the whole book.
No. Look. Listen to the words that are coming out. Don't think about the book, bro. Just don't think about just listen to the statement. You only need the revelation of Jesus Christ. That's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Not the book. Just the revelation.
Just because you hear the word revelation, don't let your mind just immediately associate it to that.
All right, what's the revelation then? What's the revelation?
By definition just means just like the wisdom or the
And no, answer his question. He asked the question.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the revelation. Here's the
There you go.
revelation. Jesus says that if you love me, I will manifest myself to you. Jesus says that if you hear my knock and you open the door, you will hear my voice and I will dine with you, in you.
Okay, well, Revelation is not the only book where it states
No.
You have
For
to have a
those two things, so
relationship
I can
with
love
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Hold on, so I can love Jesus and hear his knocks. I don't need a book. I just need to be waiting for him.
Yeah, and I'm
You have to
here,
look at-
and you're
you have
just
to look at the
denying
Bible
me.
as a guide.
So-
You have to look at the Bible as a guide, basically.
Dude, Chaplain, you're not Jesus. I'm never gonna worship you. Shut up.
I don't want you to worship me, bro.
Stop saying you're Jesus, bro. You're not Jesus.
All right. Well, Chaplain, I had one more thing to say previous to this conversation. I mean, I feel like women have a date on them when it comes to kids. So I don't agree with women owning businesses. I don't really agree with them going to college. I think that they should stay in the house with the kid. Because, I mean,
Well, okay, so what if they don't have a
if
kid?
they have a job, they can't.
You're
can't put
saying,
their
like, women
100%
shouldn't
full
go into
focus
to college?
that kid.
Did you just say, Jizzles, like, you don't think women should go to college?
No, I don't.
At all?
Because they have a timestamp.
What do you mean by a
Oh,
timestamp?
Oh man, this
Like
guy,
a biological,
hey,
like
this
a biological
guy's-
clock?
This guy's, hey,
Yeah.
he's far, bro. I don't like. What
Hey.
do you mean?
Huckleberry, he's only 25. So this is where, like, I was told, like, by the time we turn 25, like, if we don't start, like purposely trying to change, like, the characteristic flaws that we've recognized in us in our first 25 years.
into
Why?
right
No.
being
So why do you
extremist.
believe? Why don't you think women shouldn't should get an education? Like,
Because he
Well,
said
no,
that they
I'm
have
not
a
saying they shouldn't go to
timestamp.
high school.
No,
I'm
no,
not saying
you
they
said
should go to high
college,
school.
yeah, right?
Yeah,
You said
yeah,
that-
college. I
okay.
don't
yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
Well, can you clarify that the timestamp? The timestamp. What do you
Are
mean?
you
by
talking
that?
about the biological clock? Like the
Yes,
they only
and having kids, and you can't put 100% into your kid if you have a job or or anything for that matter. I mean,
Okay, so in your mind, Jizzles, when is that timestamp? In your mind,
when
like when is there? You know, like when do they go into
Right.
menopause? Because that's the official timestamp, like being like done. Once a
I mean, if you
woman
wanna go
is
that
in
route, I
menopause,
mean-
she can no
I mean-
longer reproduce. You know, like but until they get to that stage,
yeah, well, I mean, also, I believe women lose value in the amount of men that they continuously sleep with. I wholeheartedly.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, wait, do men lose value on the amount of women they sleep with?
No,
Why not?
I disagree with that.
Bro, you're
I mean,
big-
I
you're
mean, I
big-
can, no, I can
inconsistent
agree.
now.
I guess no, I can agree to. I guess to a certain extent with that, but no.
Okay,
I
so
think
what's
men
the difference?
Are fundamentally
Why, in your
different.
mind, Jizzles, does it give a man who it goes around merit, but doesn't work the same way? Because I can see where you're coming from, but the way that you're wording it is very, very harsh. Which is
Yeah, it's harsh, it's harsh.
opening you up for like very like strong
Yeah.
attacks
All
from
right, we have
the
another-
feminist
well, I think we
movement.
have another guest.
All right.
We have
Well, I
another
think we
guest.
fail to
We have
realize
Vincent
that men
York.
and women are fundamentally
Hey,
so.
hey, what's up? Thanks for
What's up?
welcoming me in. And what's up, y'all?
Thank
I
you
just
for
want to
coming.
know. I have a quick question. So, do the men lose the same value at the same rate as women do? If
No,
they're
I
sleeping?
disagree. We're fundamentally different.
What's different about
We're just different. But
it? You can't just.
genetically, we are different.
He's saying we're invincible, bro. We don't have no.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
we
that.
got-
I'm
we
not
got-
saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
You can't just say we're different because we're different. Can you be more specific, please?
Like what? I already said.
So, because our genes are different, that makes us different genetically. But how does that How does that relate to the value being lost of depending on what this
On women?
Yeah, like why does it matter if women?
Why does it matter if a woman sleeps with how many ever men she wants to?
No. Let's put it like this, Chisels. We have a woman and a man, okay? We all know that each of these two have slept with, let's say 20 different people. Okay? Both of them. Just 20 different people. Not how many times with each people, but just 20 different people. Okay?
Yep.
In your mind, if you're God and you're judging these people, you're going to tell the woman she is going to go probably not to heaven, while the man, yeah, that's cool. Come on up, right?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
No, I mean, okay, maybe the heaven analogy, but you're saying, hey, you did nothing wrong, guy, but you need to like find Jesus, right? Like you look at
No,
the
no,
woman,
no.
you look at
Well,
the
no, I'm
woman
just-
harsher than you see
I do.
the man, right?
I do.
Like,
I do. I do. And
so-
maybe, and I mean, I'll play
Okay,
devil's
so
advocate.
what if it was a woman who slept with two different people, like let's say 10 times each, versus a man who has slept with 20 different women? Who is worse in your mind here, morally?
Morally, I would say, man.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll play devil's advocate here. I mean,
Okay. Are you playing devil's
Yes,
advocate
yes,
or trying
I
to play
will say
devil's
we
advocate
need-
or
I
or
don't
is
believe
this
in
truly
divorce.
what you believe and like, you know, deep inside? You know, like
Yeah,
as a
I
man-
don't believe in
as
yeah, I
a
don't
man,
believe-
we can like believe like, hey, you know, like we don't want a woman who's just like been around like the state, you know, like, but you know, like, hey, a woman who has
Here's the nuance. Here's the nuance. Here's the nuance. What you're trying to say is women can receive anytime they want to. They don't have to go out there. They could just literally.
Oh yeah, it's definitely
yes.
harder for a man. Yeah.
Correct. This is what we're going. But you conflate that with the like you conflate the numbers. What literally what you're just trying to say is it's easier for a woman to do it. So she should be more disciplined. She should be more disciplined on who she chooses.
All right.
But-
Well, I guess I would say I don't see a problem with men doing it, but in my beliefs, I don't believe in divorce. I believe once you're married, and you have to figure that out by the two of you.
Why can't women own? Why can't women go to businesses and stuff? Like what
Because
is it?
they have a timestamp on them, dude.
Why
Yeah,
why
but-
would
but-
we listen to a man whose name is Jizz about women? I mean,
All right, so see,
something
the
doesn't
troll's
add
back.
up.
The dude on the bottom is a troll. He does this every time. He has no argument whatsoever.
The guy that says that women shouldn't be allowed to get divorced or do anything.
Yes,
his
I
name
don't.
is
Or men.
Jizz,
I'm saying
you're
men
gonna
as
call
well. I'm
me
saying
the
men as
troll?
well. I'm saying men.
You're gonna call me the
if you are
troll? Your name
married,
is
there
Jizz.
should not be a divorce. I disagree with divorce.
can't
My name's
women
Petey
own
Pepsi.
businesses?
Your name is Jizz, and you're calling me the troll.
You are the troll. I was in another
You
live
need
with
to
you.
reevaluate yourself, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
Why can't
Hey.
women own businesses?
because
they
he
have a
believes
timestamp.
that women should be more focused after college on like reproducing, you know, like rather
Why-
than
why
trying
should-
to
Why
be
should
all
Why
this
should
shit.
that be
hear
their
what Jizz
purpose?
thinks, though?
Yeah. Why
I-
does that have to be their purpose?
This is where we're trying to like find out, you know, like this is just kind of a strong belief that Jizzles like holds. Whether I don't know if he's playing again devil's advocate here, or if this is truly how he like believes currently, and he's kind of looking for like, you know, new insight and stuff like that with all these questions, you know, he's been asking, because I think they're very good questions. But let's not judge him, especially if we're Christians who truly believe and
Okay,
follow
can I
the
can I get a
truth.
rundown? Okay. My sponsors here are asking me to give me a rundown of what you guys are asking Jizz to talk about.
You're
Yeah, so
saying it's Jizzle. Just call me Jamie. Like you're perfect.
Ridiculous that- it's
That's good.
You
Okay.
got Jizz,
Jay,
as
bro.
believers
Hey,
that we
Jay,
have to
yeah, let's just call him Jay. Let's just call him Jay so
All right,
that
so what's going on with Jay?
All right, Jay's so his belief is that he has these requirements for what
I'm a
he
very
chooses.
far right wing extremist, basically.
No, I'm not gonna label you, bro. So he has these
no,
requirements.
that's
for
how
what
he labels himself. So that's
Yeah,
okay.
you don't have
to label
If
him.
he
Let
labels
him
himself.
far-right extremist.
Let
That's
him
not labeling
finish.
them.
So he has these requirements for women that he doesn't think applies to men, right? Like having an expiration date. Can't go to college because of that. And
Okay,
because,
hold on, sir, Mr. Jay. Do you uphold the Constitution of the United States of America?
I do.
Then why are you going against it?
I'm not. Show me what I'm going
You're
against.
telling women what they can and cannot do.
This guy's a
No,
troll.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
This Jizz character's a troll.
I'm saying how it should be.
Oh, okay. And okay, so he's talking hypothetically, guys.
No, but I believe in it. I wholeheartedly believe in it. Yes.
Host, this Jizz guy's a troll. I've been
Yeah,
on.
You're not giving a real
I
reason.
guess I'm a
though.
troll for my beliefs. Yeah, make it make sense.
No, but you're not giving a real reason why you think they should be.
Yes, I believe women should be in the house attending to their kid, because if they have a job, they can never ever put 100% into that kid.
What I'm asking is, why do you think their sole purpose should be to make babies?
To build a family.
But what if they don't want to?
Well, that.
Hold on,
What are you trying to get at?
hold on, sir.
Not
hold
every
on,
woman
give me a
wants to build a
second.
family.
Hold
That's
on.
my
You have
point.
to give them the two scenario situation. Okay, if the woman is stuck in an island with a man, she's not going to be wanting to reproduce because there's nothing to feed the baby. So they're gonna think together like humans, not like male and female. And in that case, they would be the same. But if in case like of a place where they had to create a family, then and they were living out in the farm or some weird ass like jungle, then yeah, she might need to stay home so the animals don't eat the baby.
Okay, but
we don't live
it's
in
an-
that.
You know what? We need to get
situation
rid of
anymore.
this. We just need
Exactly.
to kick this jizz guy because it's just
Bro,
ridiculous.
shut up, bro. Like, well, I've been up here for at least an hour and a half, and this is your third time coming up, just saying nonsense.
Jay,
So what
Jay,
if we actually
Jay, I got
talk
you.
about
I got you. Jay, don't fall into the trap. PD, Pepsi, P squared is what I'll call it. I guess just
That's
you
cool.
know,
I like
like-
these. Cool.
okay, good. Well, like just please, like let's just. If you want to call him a troll, I already talked about it earlier. When you point a finger at somebody, you got three fingers pointing back at you. So just
I just don't
we
like-
don't know you yet. I don't know you yet. So like
Let me
Absolutely.
ask Jay a question.
Absolutely.
Let me ask Jay a question. All right, Chaplain, we get it, bro. We're gonna vote for you 2028. I got you, Mr. President. Yeah,
All right.
you over there trying to get your votes in already. I got you.
yeah.
But Jay, so what are your expectations of a man? Like what is supposed to be a man? What does define a man for you?
to be the protector, to be the provider of their family.
Like get money, right? Get be strong, right?
Well, be a provider, yes.
Are you a provider?
I don't have a family.
You got money?
I have money. I don't have a
You
family.
make a lot of
I want-
money?
I want a family. I'm going into the military.
Why
bro.
don't you make a lot of money, bro? That's what you want. Like, that's what you need to be, right?
What?
Let me
How's that
rephrase
relevant?
it this way. Huckleberry. Jay, do you think that it's fair for like a future America to tell seniors in high school, hey, you're a girl or a woman now.
No,
and because of
shut
that,
up. Look, listen, be quiet. Look, Jay, listen very carefully to what I'm about to ask you. If you have money and you uphold to this belief, why aren't you grabbing a woman, making her whatever?
You didn't hear me. I said I'm
thing?
going to the military.
No,
I do
no, then
want
that
a
means you're
family. I do
forfeiting.
want
You're
a family in
forfeiting
the
your
future. That's my
dream.
goal.
Then you're a hypocrite.
I don't see it that way, but okay.
You're supposed to be representing what you believe, right?
I am representing exactly
No,
what I
you're
believe.
cowering
Yes, I
out,
am.
going to get more money.
Well, you believe that Jesus is the Father, dude? No, I'm not gonna listen to you.
Oh, okay.
Bro, and who's on the bottom with my profile picture, dude? Bro, and you call me a troll. Okay.
Look,
I mean-
Jesus is your father.
If anything, Jay, you got a fan. If anything, hey,
Yeah.
Look at
just
it
like I
says
said,
as clear as day. Right next to his picture, it says jizz. We're talking
get
to
it.
someone named.
we
We're
get
talking
it.
to someone named Jizz.
and I'm talking to somebody named PD Pepsi,
So now there's three fingers pointing back at you,
right,
the
like
guy
Listen,
said.
Pete,
PD
you're
Pepsi
not making yourself look like the winner here. I hope
PD
you know
Pepsi
that.
is not a euphemism for spunk, right? It's not.
It might be.
Jizz is.
Okay,
And
clearly
as
he doesn't
Bible-believing
see.
Christians, we shouldn't be talking about jizz.
Right, we're not. You are. We already said. Let's call him Jay. Did you miss that?
Yeah, we
or do
already
you have
established
itching
this.
ears? Do you have the itching ears of the Christian disbeliever?
So we have to change his name, so we don't
We-
say his name.
I told you, just call me Jay. It's easier than saying Jizzle.
Yeah. Is that too much of a change for you, bro? Is that,
No, it's just
Call me
ridiculous.
Jay. No,
And
man.
I think your name is
you have
ridiculous. dude.
children
Your name
coming
is
through here.
Pepsi
They're
Pete.
looking.
PD
You have
Pepsi.
children watching this live, and they're reading that guy's name, going, "What is
Well,
jizz?"
children shouldn't be on this app anyway. Sorry.
Yeah,
What
because
is
of
jizz?
because of you, Petey, pointing it out like this. You're the one who's trying to put this darkness out there.
You have people.
It-
You have people that are probably looking up his name because
When
they're
you
like,
put
"I've
out
never
the
seen this
darkness,
before."
Oh,
you
please.
get darkness 3 times back.
Can you imagine the search results that they're getting when they're writing in his name?
I don't
No,
think
it's-
anyone's searching.
I don't
for
even
it.
want
I
to
will.
think
I will
about it.
guarantee. I will guarantee.
I don't even
when
wanna
God,
think about
when
it.
God runs a background check on the two of you, I think Jay's going to come out in the brighter light than you, Petey.
I
gonna just say that right
guarantee you should never assume someone's salvation like
Well, you're
that.
assuming mine.
That is so dark sided right there and
Yeah, let's not-
unchristlike.
yeah, let's
It's
not
now. You're
get rid of it.
absolutely right, and I
I
hope
rebuke
you take your own
I
advice.
rebuke you, and I rebuke you, and I find God, my friend.
Good. Yeah.
By
And
God.
I hope you take your advice as well. So,
No, I
thank
already
you.
rebuked you, so you can stop talking to me.
No,
now.
but yeah, I understand if you don't believe what I believe. But I mean,
Just hey.
I tend not to believe in people named cum or jizz or spunk.
okay, dude. Okay. I mean, that was my nickname in high school. They called me Jizzle.
See,
so that's
so
why-
this is the same thing. Like the reason
They called you
Petey,
Jism in high
the
school.
the reason Petey doesn't believe in anybody who believes in spunk or whatever is the same driving factor that is causing Jay to believe that like this is his stance on men and women. Like this is the driving force. You know, like behind it all. This is the sponsoring thought. PD, I don't even want to dive into that. I think Jay is going to be easier. You know, E, you had a good point there. You know, like Jay, you know, like you said, you plan to go in the military, and this is why you haven't had a family. You don't have a family yet.
career.
Right?
Yeah,
Well, just
the military is known. The military is known for making big bucks.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have a very patriotic bone
You're
in
gonna
my
be
body.
so rich.
I love my
Man,
country.
he's about
I
to
love-
rake it in.
You're,
Yeah, it's my fault that I love my country. Yeah.
But what if
Wait,
Jay,
so why-
you
why-
found out
why-
statistically by going into the military, you drastically increase your chances of not being able to start a family by whatever causes, by going to war.
Oh yeah, I understand that. I mean, I have thought of that. I mean,
Okay,
if you
so
wanna-
for a man,
Alright, we have
in
any
your
guests,
opinion,
everybody?
duty
We
to
have any
country
guests?
is
Neutrino?
for
Love
certain
you.
people, for certain people, Chaplin, I would say.
Okay.
Not for everybody.
okay.
Like again, marriage is not for everybody. I'm not saying everybody.
Oh snap! So women don't need to start a family if they don't want to either, right?
I'm not saying everybody. I'm saying majority. Yes, I disagree with women owning businesses. I think they should be in the house attending to their kid. Yes,
If they have
they don't
children,
care what
right?
you think.
If they have
yes, if they
children,
had children. Yes, if they had children, and I think women should have children.
They don't
You don't
care
have
what you
to.
think.
You don't have to. I'm saying that they should.
but let me ask you
Who
this,
cares what you
Jay.
think?
Jay, do you think though that women should be given the free will to choose for themselves whether or not
Yes,
they
but-
want
yeah.
to start this family at
It's not a yes, but it's a yes or no.
No,
dude.
yes, but the women have chosen to go the opposite
but-
way.
not
Women
yet.
want to do
I mean,
their own thing all the time. It's not right.
let's not judge them so harshly. You know, like, what if the woman says, I would like to get an education, finish college,
Enough of
hopefully
this
meet
jizz
my
shit,
future
man.
husband, and then, you know, if God wills, then we'll have a family. But I'm not just going to wait around until some guy, you know, like,
Yeah.
type thing, right?
Right.
Like, so I'm just trying to protect you from the feminists who are going to come at you very, like,
Yeah.
You know,
I deal with them all the time.
I know you do,
Oh,
and
what
I
a
know
big
exactly,
guy. What a-
I know
what a-
exactly
what a
why.
big man! I'm trying to protect you from the feminists. is
Well, I
all.
feel like
What
we
a
should
big
just
man.
eradicate. No, I feel like we should just eradicate the Democratic Party, in like all of it. We just don't need it.
I believe
you-
instead
are
of
you on
saying it in
medication?
those words, Jay, like we need to do a whole tune-up on our whole government. You know, like this bipartisan
Agreed.
government, right?
Agreed.
And we need a president who's going to do that. Now, Trump isn't going to be the president who's going to get rid of these two parties. You know, like
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
you
Hopefully,
know,
it's a start.
Oh, of course, yeah. Of course,
Nah,
yeah.
I mean, it's a start for change, right?
Pretty
Now,
stooge over here.
Yeah.
Is this satire?
PD and Jay need to get a room, bro. They're in love with each
Dude,
other.
what? No,
Y'all
we're
are
just
y'all are
having
in
No,
love with
no.
each other.
we're
I
just
would
meant
be
we're just
very
meant
worried
having
about
a
Jay.
conversation.
I'll never be in love with a man named Jay.
No, so we got neutral. Neutral. I mean, what's up, bro?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Good. How are you?
His ass.
I'm doing good.
Fascist ass.
I think the panel, the background, the way that I perceive it might not be the way you guys perceive it. But in a sense that, Jesus would be the Son, the Father, the Holy Spirit, Ghost, if you will. It's like it's everything in a whole, and it kind of reminds me of consciousness in a sense, and that's kind of
Christ conscious? Christ consciousness?
well, you could call
Biz,
it that.
please pipe down for a second. Let someone else talk.
You
Dude,
could call it Christ consciousness. That's what some of the spiritual people call it. Yeah,
Jizz.
it's this idea that consciousness is the fundamental
Why don't we
principle
just
of
call it
everything.
consciousness? Why do we have to put a Christ in front of it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's
there
like,
would be Christ conscious.
but if someone wants to do that, then sure. But we
Can
don't
I
have
answer
to do
that? Can I actually answer that, Huckleberry? Because to say consciousness is just like a broad statement, but to add Christ consciousness implies a specific kind of consciousness. Does that make sense?
I don't see how someone's consciousness could be different in one person as in another. That doesn't make any sense to me if there's only one consciousness.
Well, that's a really good question in the sense that consciousness can be perceived in different ways, but we can all come to the consensus that consciousness exists.
I think we all have the same universal I am, as Jesus said in the Bible, right? Before Abraham was I
No,
am.
no, a lot of people take the Bible and twist the words that are in the Bible, so no, I would say no, not necessarily.
Well, let me say this, Vince. Like I would say no. We each as human beings today, and I'm like always like laughing about how this is like an insult to people when they get called snowflakes. Like it's just like we're individual, unique beings as like humans in like one species, but our I am is like unique to us. Does that make sense? Like this is why we're having this whole gender debate.
Each and every one of us is going to have a different experience, a different relationship with Christ. It's not all going to be the same.
Regardless of any relationship with religion or specifically Christ, the power of I am. This is like a concept in like like maybe Eastern Asian like philosophies. But like it's just the universal laws, and one of these is just it's not part of it, but the power of I am, just to say like I am great or I am stupid, that holds a lot of power to our conscious like state of mind.
Yeah, if you keep saying you're stupid, you're going to be stupid.
But the I am, you mixed up the I am with gender identity. I think you have to be I am, and then you say I am this, and then I am that. So you have to say I am before any of that takes place.
Right.
And what I'm saying is the I am is identical in every being before we qualify it with thoughts, feelings, and emotions, which is personal.
Well, okay, so thank you for pointing that out, Vince. I hope I can just call you Vince. But what I was talking about is like if we see, like a male, like a a born male, okay, listen to my language, saying
Yes.
I am a woman, okay.
Biologically not true.
Just we're not even saying those words. Just we see, like let's just say you see me as I am right here, and I say, I am a woman. I identify as a woman. Like that's the I am right there. Now I'm like people who like claim this route are the ones who are like pounced upon, right? It's just by men. They're gonna be like, yo, no, you're not. You're confused. That's what you are. Like they'll fight with them, right? But somebody who has Christ consciousness is going to sit down, hear those words, and then go from there. Like if I see a male saying he is a woman, I will tell him, hey, that's great. Luckily, in today's society, we can be whatever we want to be. But I'm going to tell you, just because you are a woman, you will never be a female. And if they argue with me on that, That's going to tell
Okay.
me they
I
are
agree.
confused. Okay.
I think
What?
I think most people would agree with you on that. Like
I agree. Yep.
that's not up for debate. You can't change your chromosomes. We agree with that's agreed
Right.
upon.
And this is where I'm like, I don't understand why Charlie Kirk's like
All right, let me ask you
student
a question.
debaters.
So define a woman for me, bro.
I mean, this is the thing. Today we just hear a woman is whoever calls himself a woman, right?
Well,
Like
I
the
don't-
argument,
hold on.
the
Circular. No,
argument.
that's
Stop.
circular.
Stop.
I know,
This is
no,
an
but
announcement. This is an announcement. Hello. We have a new guest, King. He says that he might be Jesus.
Oh God.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
glad to have
welcome,
some help
King.
here.
King.
Welcome,
Are
King.
you him?
Can
No,
you
I
hear me?
missed the dude who said he's Satan's son. I want him back up here.
Yeah, Devin. Bring
No,
Devin.
well, hold on, King. Are you
Yeah.
Jesus?
I don't know where he went. Like, where did Devin go?
Everybody,
You guys let the
Everybody.
man speak? Oh my God!
He's resurrected.
everybody,
All right.
everybody.
Okay. Yes.
Ask it again, Vince, or whoever spoke that question.
What's the
Okay. Are
question?
you Christ Jesus?
What do you think?
I'm almost convinced.
Really? Already?
Yeah.
What do you feel?
You guys want to answer his questions?
I think you're Jesus.
It feels good.
Hey, Chaplain, can I read a verse to you real quick? All right, yeah, it's Galatians 1:8. I'm having trouble understanding it or a part of it. It says anyone, including an angel from heaven, who preaches a different gospel than the one Paul and his team preached should be cursed. So I'm guessing who's Paul's team?
I mean, I would probably say all the people that he writes his epistles to, right? Like, he writes an epistle to,
Yeah,
like,
because wasn't Paul
Timothy.
I
persecuting
can
Christians?
answer that. He's wrong. He's wrong. See, Jesus came to bring the gospel of salvation, while Paul brought the gospel of the will of God.
Say that again, Keith.
Oh,
Jesus brought the gospel of salvation while Paul brought what?
The will of God.
Brought the
The will
gospel
of God.
of the will of God.
Can you
Yeah,
elaborate on
Galatians.
what that means? Like, the gospel of the
Okay,
will
so
of God?
when okay, let's say you're walking through a thorn bush forest and you keep getting cuts on your legs. So Jesus says, "Hey, here's a Band-Aid." But Paul says, "Here, make some leather pants."
so Paul was more innovative than Jesus, you're saying?
Or
Paul was the will. He was the representation of how to do God's will.
Wasn't
Jesus
Paul
was our
persecuting
salvation.
Christians or something, and then he turned?
yeah, but you're right, Jay. But he was doing that because he wasn't Jewish. You know, like Jesus. You know, like Paul was the Gentile. You know, so this is
Paul
where
was
like
Jewish. Paul was Jewish.
was he? But he was like
Ooh,
on
that's a
the
bad
side of the
word.
Romans, right? Was he Jewish?
Isn't
So
isn't
so
Gen-
let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that for E. Jesus brought the message of salvation. Paul brought the message of redemption. Right? Redemption. Glory
the
to glory, right? From
Okay.
glory to glory.
But Paul didn't do it. It was through Jesus Christ showing up in spirit form at the walk to Damascus.
Yeah.
So right there, that proves Jesus is God because he was in spirit.
Amen.
Yeah, Jesus is God. Yeah.
Hey, brothers,
Yes,
So maybe
King.
we'll use, go ahead, King.
can I have a moment, please?
Absolutely.
What if God is here right now?
He is.
Okay.
He's everywhere.
Okay.
He's
Go
the
on.
eternal.
Keep going.
There's
Keep going.
nowhere.
Keep going.
There's nowhere in which the I am is not.
Exactly.
Yes. Keep going.
What do you mean keep going?
No, I hear
Keep
what you're saying.
going.
Keep going.
Going, Jay. You in the middle, bro. You
Man, wait, keep going on what?
Speak.
Yeah, I mean,
Keep going.
Dude.
I don't know.
All
Okay,
right,
thank
Chaplain,
you.
you want to chime in?
Yeah, thank you, sire, for your input upon us subjects of yours.
He who knows does not speak, and he who speaks does not know.
Then why'd you encourage us to keep going?
Yeah.
Because
You don't want
I
us to know.
feel
He's putting us in a
you.
trap.
I hope you do.
hear you.
I hope you do feel and hear God in this conversation amongst us, King. I will say that. So I agree with like your premise. Like, what if God is here right now with us? It's like, I've been saying this whole time. Nobody's like listening to me.
That's why the first thing I brought up was consciousness.
Right? Yeah. So I'm just kind of talking about E, who's just
We're
constantly
all the
is-
same consciousness.
So if I'm consciousness and God in a sense is consciousness, then I'm God.
Exactly.
Yes.
I agree.
In the beginning, he said, "Let there be light," and there was so. And I ask you all, what does that mean
Yeah,
to
but we
you?
are not God. That's what you're missing.
Well, you can if you tell yourself that.
Yes, we are.
we are a part
Okay,
of
okay,
God.
guys. Okay, first of all, let me take care of this. Hold on. It means to me that God made a copy of himself inside of creation.
I love when you use that voice.
Oh,
Hey, well, that's the way you got to talk to him.
brother, say it again. Say it again. Say that again. Say that again.
Say it in the God voice, like you're doing.
God made a copy of himself inside of creation.
Welcome
Exactly.
to the Clone Wars. We're the clones, bro. We're the clones.
And you know what the resurrection is?
No.
I mean, there is proof.
Creation,
There is
creation,
actually
finding
proof
out-
of the resurrection. By the way, you have the
Knowing-
Shrine of Turin. You
No,
have
I'm
the 12
saying
people that
Knowing thyself.
Hold on, yeah. The resurrection is knowing thyself. When God
Exactly.
puts it back into creation, the creation's trying to find the God in which it put it back
Oh
into.
no, this is the resurrection. Listen.
You just earned yourself a follow.
Okay,
my friend.
listen. And then God said to the copy, "Hey, do you want to come back out of the creation?"
And then
what?
Yeah. I mean, every word I hear on this panel is just answers to me. Yeah, like I don't know how else to explain.
Good answers, or just like
Yeah, it's always good answers. Yeah.
okay.
I like
Thank you
it.
for that.
I think you're
Yeah.
100%
Hey,
right.
watch. This is a better one. Watch.
That's what it means to be
Look,
born again.
Look. God put his face on a copy machine, and then he told that paper. He told that paper, "Hey, I can make you me."
No.
So is that the miracle you want me to do for you, E? I gotta go like put my face on a copy machine, show you the picture of my face, and then bring it back to life.
Bring it back to 3D.
Need a 3D image of his face.
No, the I am is God.
All right. So, I mean, could you say that there's more evidence supporting the Bible than there is the Big Bang Theory? Because a lot of people would say.
I think that they correlate with each other, Jay.
I don't know why that. Yeah, I think they work together. Yeah.
Wait. Do you think science and religion work together, or the Big Bang and the Bible work together?
Yeah, science.
It depends on
Both.
if you take the Bible literally or not. I don't know.
I will say, Jay, as somebody who is involved in quantum physics and theory and stuff like that, science is now very close to like aligning with religion. They're finding out that like all these things that are taught in like these scriptures are like about something bigger, specifically consciousness. Right? There's all these new discoveries about like what does consciousness mean? Like sentience and all that stuff.
But if you actually think there was a such thing as literal talking snakes and like Eve coming from Adam's rib, then you lose me. I don't agree that's literal.
Hey, is there literal talking dolphins?
Wait. So you don't believe that?
If
Eve
you
came
consider
from Adam's
like talking.
Wait. I want to ask. So whoever said they don't believe that Eve came from
Okay,
Adam.
hold on, Vince. Adam was so in tune with the garden that he could speak snake.
Oh,
it's kind of like this.
that's a
Watch,
beautiful
kind of like
He
this.
could speak snake.
It's like those kung fu movies with like the snake
You know
style.
what that's trying to say?
Drunken
you just
monkey.
slithered out John 3:16.
Wait,
But
say that verse again, E, or whoever said that.
Oh,
Yeah,
John
it was
3:16 is the
E.
most popular verse in the Bible.
No, not 3:16. The snake one. What is it?
Genesis 3:1, where it's just like, and the serpent was the most cunning of all the beasts.
Yeah.
And it's just like, okay, quick introduction.
All right, wait, Chaplain. I have another question.
Yeah, the snake was a smooth talker. Yeah.
The Bible mentions dragons, Chaplain. So do you believe in dinosaurs? Because I'm having a hard time with that. I mean, it mentions dragons, but not dinosaurs. So how do you feel on that? Do you believe dragons existed? And what did dragon mean? Dinosaur? You mean? You think?
I believe that maybe it could have, like maybe the dragon that we know today with the wings and stuff like that, that looks like some kind of reptile, was some kind of dinosaur species that like lasted past like the extinction. But do I believe in dinosaurs? It's like I don't even know like how to approach that wording. I actually had like a cute girl in my freshman year of like college ask me that question, and I was just like,
a vibe. Hold on. I'm getting the spirit is telling me that King has to tell us something.
Serious.
Oh,
Go ahead, King.
You're all correct.
thank you.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
All right, Chaplain. Can we also agree that the Smithsonian Museum is covering up giant bones because it would break the narrative of evolution? Because
Like
they have found
human
bones of
giants. Human giants.
the Nephilim. Ancient
Okay, yeah.
half man.
I mean, are they covering it up, or like?
No. Well, I do think that they are.
Man and Cro-Magnon man and all the different transitional fossils that we found through the.
Okay. So this is how it happened. Listen. So the snake wasn't a snake. They called him the snake because he had the biggest, you know what.
Ah.
And so that guy wasn't from this planet. He was from I think Orion or Pleiades, Abaddon, or no, his name was Leviathan. So Leviathan had a big snake. And it tells you in Ezekiel.
Leviathan the beast.
What did you just say,
tells
bro?
you, Ezekiel tells you about the big snake, and
Nice.
In the
That's why
sea,
when Adam saw it, he was like, "Whoa, that's what that is."
bro.
Wait, so is the beast?
Oh,
Wait, the Bible claims that there is a beast. Is the beast Leviathan?
No, I mean, if
Oh,
that's what
it
you
was a dude. It was a dude from outer space with a big ding dong.
Dude, like
You know him as Satan or his
see, E, is this what your fire is telling you?
No, check it. Look. In
I don't want to
Ezekiel,
check it.
talks
I don't
about-
need
talks
that
about
image.
the big dong.
Yeah,
This is a very educational live. We have
Yeah.
on here.
Hey, it's up to us to do the
So much
fact checking.
about this.
I'm not going to do it. But I did hear, I believe it was Vince, just say, like, when it comes to, like, all the wording in the Bible that says literally Eve was taken out of the rib of man, like, type thing.
metaphorical.
I mean, obviously it has to be metaphorical and something else, right? Like, if somebody says, I take that literally, it's like, that's great. But you also have to be able to take that metaphorically, right?
Yeah.
Right?
No,
You have to
no,
un-
no,
no.
Listen.
How can you take it literally?
That one was an alien splicing. So what he did,
Dude,
that one
what?
was different. The other one was intercourse. This one was alien splicing.
Wait, how could you take a talking snake
Yeah,
literally?
they disconnected our pineal gland.
just like E did here, where he takes the words literally and now he's like filling in the holes by saying it was aliens coming in and splicing. Like, that's how you take it.
That alien. Okay, the
Snake
alien
has never
the alien
talked
snake-
to anyone
The
in
alien
the
snake
history of
was
man.
Anunnaki Marduk. His name was Marduk.
You can't be a Christian and claim to believe the Anunnaki,
Why? It's a part of history.
bro. There's not.
So
a
then
part
why
of the
can't I
Bible.
claim
That's
to
not
be a
part of the
Muslim,
Bible.
E?
It's not
It's part of
history.
history.
Is this satire?
History ends at Jesus.
This is not satire from me. I don't know if E is
No,
coming from a
the
satirical.
Anunnaki is the Anunnaki is real, but what the garden E is tripping with the garden story, but the
I've
Anunnaki,
researched the Anunnaki, and
the
there's
Anunnaki
too
is
many
real,
flaws
bro.
in
That
it.
is history. That is history.
Too many flaws in the Anunnaki, and no.
So we had a civilization called Tartaria, and
Yes, I know. The Tartarian Empire. Yep.
And we
What
live
is that?
together.
I've never heard of that before. Tartarian
Never,
Empire.
I mean, the Wall of China is basically the Wall of Tartaria.
Huck, I'm
not the Wall of
listening.
China.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we had all right. So if you read the Bible, we're literally at the end of the book.
Oh,
We're
I
So
mean,
we're living in the end time. Is what you're saying?
no,
the
no,
end
let,
of
The end of the
days.
bro.
book,
Can I talk, bro? Can I
like
talk, please? Just let me talk. Just let me
the
talk.
plague of locusts part.
No, we are
Huck,
in
King frogs.
Satan's little season.
They
Beelzebub,
turned the frogs gay.
Beelzebub. Is it the Beelzebub part of Revelation,
We're in Satan's little season.
where Satan's little season?
Yeah.
Satan is the prince of this world. What are you talking about?
Huckleberry, are you talking about where it talks about like the
This
keys
is
to
the
the
reason
bottomless pit are
the
open
season.
now? And
Okay. So let me explain to you. Listen. Jesus has a 1,000-year reign, but people mistook it for his coming. So there was also talks about a double portion of the Spirit. So instead of Jesus coming back in 1,000 years, he came back in 2,000 years. But when he comes back, he'll do the day with the Lord. It's 1,000 years and 1,000 years, whatever.
Well,
So
one
then
day,
he'll
well, one
make
day in
that
heaven is
day,
1,000
cut the
days,
times. Hold
1,000
on.
years.
Then he'll cut the times short for the sake of the elect, sprinkling us like salt into the little season.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Jay, to map it back,
You
bro.
don't have the eyes to see. That's why.
Jay. To map
I
it
don't
back.
believe in what you believe in. Yeah, for sure.
Look, to map it back to the Bible, the millennial reign already occurred, and that was the Tartarian civilization.
Where do the Palladians come into play here?
Yeah, you believe in the Pleiadians, the Anunnaki.
Okay. Let me
all
explain
these
to you what
ancient
happened.
races. You
Okay.
cannot believe
Okay,
in the
so
Bible.
hold on. In this sector of the universe, what happened was the Palladians and the Orions came down and created Marduk in order for them to take over the planet because they saw us as like lower beings.
Oh, so he listens to Billy Carson and shit. That's what
No,
he-
it's in the book of Job. It's in the book of Job.
Okay, dude.
so, Jay, I think this is a classic example to answer your question. It's not the Smithsonian that's like covering all this up. I know that they have these bones and stuff like that, but because there's not an agreed upon scientific view on how to present these facts or artifacts to the public, I think that's why it's being kept in the background rather than being brought out. Does that make sense?
So what the Federation of Space Department did is they gathered this galaxies, all the souls into this planet to be judged because they didn't know which ones were from the other galaxy or not. So now they're trying to sift us.
That sounds like a dope story, dude.
Yeah, and I would say that you and IE may be from different galaxies. I thought maybe we were from the same like galaxy.
I'm from the M77 galaxy.
Well, back to his reincarnation point. I've heard that like once you die, like you're reincarnated unless you turn around and then see the whole universe, and then you go back to where you came from. I don't really believe that, but yeah, you know.
Okay, so these are Hinduism practices: reincarnation, caste systems, rebirth, karma.
No. There's no caste system. There's no caste system. Don't go there.
In Hinduism.
Yeah, there was a caste system, but it's not original to India. It's from
Okay,
the
so
Portuguese.
that was like a byproduct from just kind of this belief structure, is what you're saying, Vince?
No, it was brought. The word caste comes from the word costa. It's a Portuguese word. It was brought over by the.
Okay. I didn't mean to use it in that sense. I'm talking more in Hindu practice. It talks about like how in our lifetime, like we are to like correct or like error correct like our mistakes from our previous lifetime, right? In our reincarnation. And we just keep doing this like lifetime after lifetime until we reach what is called God consciousness or Brahman. You know, like
Nirvana. Yeah.
Nirvana is
it's what the other person just said. It's when you turn around and realize it's called self-inquiry or going within and finding yourself, and then you have to come back anymore.
through Nirvana, right? By attaining Nirvana. and just true.
That's a Buddhism word. Yeah, sure. But that works. That
Right,
applies.
but Buddhism is a child of Hinduism,
Yes,
right?
exactly
Right.
yeah.
So we got to acknowledge like these connections. So
Oh,
thank
wait,
you,
Buddhism came
Vince.
first after.
No,
No,
Hinduism
Buddhism
came
came from Hinduism. Like
Oh, okay.
Buddha was a Hindu prince. Like he was a real prince who, like like before he was born, his father, the king, was told, your son is going to be either a great holy man or a great king like you. And then his mother died at birth. And the king, like, obviously he wants his son to be like him. So he just like shelters him and just gives him all the luxuries, all the concubines, like any young man would ever want. And then one day, this young prince goes out to the like people and sees like an old man like in his 60s or something, and freaks out. He's just like, what is this? He's never seen this person, like kind of person before.
Yeah.
And one of his guardians was just like, this is what the real world is, sire. Like people get old, people die, people are suffering. And Buddha was just like shell shocked. And so this is when he chose to like abandon his wife and his child to become the Buddha. This is when he just left all that and sat underneath a Bodhi tree, meditating, looking for the answer to end human suffering. And then when he finally got that was the teaching of Buddhist philosophy, how to stay on
Talking about the wheel.
yeah, the Eightfold Path, right? That's the wheel, right? Through the Four Noble Truths. So this is where Eastern, like we were talking about like the Great Wall of China being something, but like when I read the Bible, I'm just like, where are my people in this whole thing?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just like, they don't talk about like Asia.
Tartaria, bro. I keep trying to tell
Well, because
you.
Hinduism was around thousands of years prior to Christianity. That's why there's not a lot written about Christianity.
And it's my theory that this whole Trinity concept that Paul introduces with, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
Listen.
Paul did
Okay,
not-
look,
Paul didn't say that.
listen. All the knowledge from the Hindus or the earliest religions are all embedded in our blood. Okay.
Are you drunk?
So through syncretism in the ages and different nomadic traits, we have also gained different interpretations of the same original concept of spirituality. There's no change. There's nothing new to add. It's just there. But when we start to see the differences and then we look closely, it's all coming from Hindu practice, which was meditation, going oneself, finding the light, etc. And that's the root. And you're not ever going to change that, ever.
That's right, buddy.
Yeah, that's why it's still the oldest existing religion today.
That's why I look for ways to bridge the gap. That's why I try to, because I'm Hindu, and I try to come in. Yeah, and I'm also Buddhist at the same time, pretty much. But I lean towards Hinduism. But so because that's why I'm saying everything you're saying is true. But I come into these rooms because I actually like to bridge the gap and show the similarities between the two. I get a lot of pushback all the time, of course.
It's an uphill fight, right? I feel you, Vince.
Yeah, because I don't think we should be driving a wedge between each other constantly. I think we should bridge the
Okay,
gap.
so I have a question. for
John 1:1
do you-
was taking out of the Hindu scriptures. John 1:1.
Yeah.
What's
In the
the
beginning
verse?
was the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God.
That's from a Hindu scripture.
Wait, so I have a question for the host then. I mean, the Old Testament was a fallen world. What happens to the people before Christ came down? Are they in Abraham's bosom or?
No. When Jesus came and he resurrected from the dead, he liberated all the people in Sheol and took them to heaven. Those are the 144,000.
Yeah, all right. So could you say the thief on the cross is a part of that 144,000?
I mean, unless Jesus is a liar.
Okay,
The one he said, "I will see you in the kingdom of heaven," because there was two thieves. When he was on the cross, right?
No. Hold on. There's a difference between paradise and the kingdom of heaven.
What?
Yeah, there's a difference.
Dude.
Paradise is for mortals, like people that have like old like just souls, right? Okay, but the kingdom of heaven only God and Jesus can enter. That's where the everlasting light is held to give
No,
us
in
all
Jeremiah,
pureness.
but in Jeremiah it says you will do greater things than I, and that was Jesus Christ talking.
The kingdom of heaven is right now, bro. It's here.
It's
It's
within you.
here.
The
He
kingdom
says it
of
in Luke.
God is within you. The kingdom of heaven is without you.
The garden
Okay,
is
I got you.
here.
I got
Dude,
you.
what?
It's the same thing, dude.
I like that. I like that. No, I like that distinction. That makes
What
sense.
what was the distinction, Huckleberry?
I disagree
The
with
kingdom
that.
of heaven, the
Is
kingdom
without
of heaven
you?
is without. The kingdom
You?
of God is within. Is a difference. There's a difference.
The kingdom of God is
I
without. The kingdom of heaven is
No,
within.
no. You got to reverse. The kingdom
The
of God
kingdom
is
of God,
within.
the
The kingdom of heaven
heaven.
is without.
As long as you verbally
It's
get this,
without.
that's what makes sense. Yeah. As long as you make the
It's
right
with.
mouth sounds, that's all that matters.
It's one of those like Confucius
Oh,
says,
hey,
like without
hey.
beauty there couldn't be ugliness, or without ugliness there couldn't be beauty. Confucius said, like so.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me
I
let me
gotta
explain.
digest that.
Okay, let me
Wording.
explain to you the
It's
difference.
very
Okay,
wise words,
watch
though.
this. Watch this. So whenever you look at a flower, right, the kingdom of God within you will see it like this. One, it's a flower I can pick and take it home and smell it. Or it could be like this. I can take this flower and give it to someone I love.
What about the third choice, where it's I could take this flower and all the rest of these flowers and sell it to people for $25 a
That's
dozen?
not the kingdom of God.
That's the
Okay,
system.
okay. So I'm just making
That's
sure.
the false light.
Okay, the people who
Yeah, I think
use
you
it.
identified all the. Hey, yeah, I think you identified the third kingdom, the kingdom of darkness.
Okay, right? He was leaving it out, but I just wanted to
What
make sure,
about what about the fourth option where we just leave it alone and don't touch it and just admire it?
yeah, we're
Now
allergic
that
to
is the thing
flowers.
of beauty.
It's the same.
Oh, that's a good point. So that's the kingdom of observation.
What about somebody who's allergic to pollen? That's like the kingdom of.
That's an experience, my brother.
Okay, good. Okay,
So the call. Okay, hold on. So he had a good point with this. Look, once you leave it alone, watch, because you've reached the level to where everybody's in love and in tune with the same kingdom.
Yes.
Then when you look at it, you'll gather others to look at it with you and not touch it.
Yes. By the fruits they will know you.
It will be beautiful.
like kind of like how like artists like paint like portraits of like I guess flowers or whatever. Like, is that what you're talking about? Like they will
No,
take
to
something
where
out
we
of
get
nature.
to the stage that you don't have to pick it anymore because we are all in love.
That's right.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Gratitude. You know that? Have you ever heard anything about gratitude in the Bible? Do they talk about that?
they do. Do I see any of it going on? Very minimal. But I know the
Well,
power of gratitude. Like I do.
Gratitude is what it's the bouncer of the heart. It's the intellect.
All right, I'll
like-
be back, boys. I gotta go.
Okay. Gratitude is what builds the bridge from the intellect to the heart. It's the truth, man.
I got
What
you,
about
Vince.
humility? What about humility, Vince? Like,
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Yeah.
I think it's like almost like a trinity.
No,
like humility.
watch. Look.
Humility.
First. No. There's steps. Look, first you're gonna go through repentance. That's humility, and then after that you're gonna get saved and you're gonna get sanctified. The sanctification is the process of judgment. Once you pass the judgment, then you're grateful and you're full of grace. So then now that's the end. You're just there standing like a flower.
Speak it, brother. You got this.
So
Let
by
it
that
flow.
logic,
We're looking for an emancipation.
we only have to repent once in life, after we're saved. Or
Okay,
before-
remember, if you didn't get the leather pants, you're gonna keep getting cut, and you're gonna keep trying to look for that Band-Aid Jesus gave you.
What if I was given
Yeah,
parachute
the other
pants, dude?
I'm gonna say, Chaplain, you gotta go into the mansion, bro, that he made for you. You gotta go into the mansion that he made for you. He went to the Father to create a mansion for you to go to. You gotta leave that old tabernacle. You gotta leave the old tabernacle.
YHVH.
You're here, we're here.
Isn't that his initials or no?
YHWH is the acronym for
YHWH.
Yahweh. But I always
Okay.
looked at that like when Jews are like, we're the chosen people. I'm like, so is your God an acronym for you're here and we're here? You know, like type thing. I'm just like, you know, like I do a lot of wordplay. And again, I got to state, like I used to be a stand-up comedian, writer, and performer for like 10 years before I became a chaplain. So this is where
Did you ever meet Anthony? Do you ever meet Anthony Jeselnik?
I did. He is
Awesome.
He is actually one of the people where, like, you know, I was just like, dude, I thought you were like this person that you are on stage, but he's like one of the nicest, like, down to earth people, like, as a real person, you know, and he's just playing this character almost as like a devil's advocate figure, you know, like just really.
Okay. Look.
Yeah.
Look. Okay.
He's
This
clever.
is how the system works. I am the bush. Told Moses that I am the human.
What?
And then the human said, I am the human, and I am before the bush. But he says, they shall be as the angels, not as gods. So when we're in the same footsteps of going backwards to God, you either have a heavenly body as a child of God, or you try to make yourself the I am God. And that's the very thin line that we have to understand, that we're making a choice whether we're calling ourselves the man in the seat, or we're calling ourselves the child that plays around the man in the seat.
I don't think there's a man in a seat anywhere.
See, this reminds me of a quote that I found that says, a caged bird looks at flying as an illness.
I mean, how about we say this? If God was really sitting on a throne, he would still have the same I am that you had. It's the same. It is not different. So
No, in the reflection of the originality of the image, yes, but in the resurrection of the human after death, no. You're either gonna make yourself God, or you're gonna make yourself a child of God.
the child of God is probably the identification with the body, and the God is probably the identification with the I am, the eternal I am. That's what we all are, ultimately.
But not now, Vince. Then.
I mean, we have the illusion of being in a body, but that's just an illusion.
Okay, but like if you shoot for being the top dog and you don't get that spot, you're gonna be left without a spot.
What do you mean?
You're
So
just
are
a
you
child
saying
of
are you
God,
saying
and you always
you're
have
setting
a
yourself
secure
up to fail?
E. I can shed some light. Look, so he wants to just be an observer. He doesn't want to be a player. He doesn't want to be a player in this game.
Well, I mean, we're all observers in this game. It's just
We have
how
no
is
choice
he-
but to be a player. Yeah,
You could be a player. You could be a player.
And so with him hosting like this TikTok live, he's more than a player. He's like the conduit, right? For all of us to play together, right?
Yeah, but you could melt back into just being an observer. You don't want to play the game.
Right, which is like the people in the comments or people who are just watching, right? But all of us here on the panel, we are a different level of participants in this.
Yeah, but you
semantic-
could either pick to be integrated within the system or not be integrated with the system. There's many people that want to be integrated with the system.
Okay, so what would that look like?
That
Give
would
an
make you
example?
God. Okay, so if
No,
you
no.
sat in
I'm
the
talking like a physical, like people who integrate with the system. Would that be somebody like, I guess, Jay? I don't want to throw him under the bus, but somebody who's just kind of integrated into the system of that extreme MAGA right wing Nick Fuentes.
It's what E was talking about. It's a good E if you want to expand on that.
Look, Satan said it best. Skin for skin. A man will give all that he has for his life.
Rushi, this isn't the place.
What he meant by this is he was saying Job will trade his skin in heaven for all that he has, I bet you. But he didn't, because he didn't deny God. So he always kept his heavenly skin secured because he knew that this wasn't the reality.
So,
Yeah, Vince. I just came and I'm still figuring out what the discussion is going
Oh,
towards.
it's half serious, half cheeky. So it's not that
We're
serious.
trying to
So,
at least keep it fruitful. If
what
anything,
is
I
the
am.
so what is the position of the host and the panel and the opposition?
Okay,
What are
so we're
those?
talking about when you pass away, will you be God or will you be an object of that was made of God?
Okay, so first off, you are predicting things that you have no way to verify. So how are you? Why are you even having the discussion? This is going to be just speculation.
It's called using your brain. Do you have one?
That's what I'm saying. It's just going to be a speculation unless you have
Well,
evidence.
how else are you gonna do it? Are you gonna go into like some quantum machine and show us
Okay.
proof?
Okay.
One
So
do
if
you,
you want,
Rushi?
okay. If you want my understanding about it, I'll give you that right now. So first off, near death experiences are done have been studied scientifically, and it has shown that people after they pass away, they have a non-physical body which is more ethereal, lighter body, and it can travel to anywhere in the universe very fast, okay, like in seconds. And it can also transcend the physical universe, means it goes into a different realm altogether, above the universe, or in a different frequency altogether. And so by that count, I believe or not believe, I agree with the scientific studies that there is a non-physical world which is outside the physical world that we're living in, and that's where we go to after we pass away. Now again, some of the other studies have corroborated, like in the case of reincarnation studies done in University of Virginia. They corroborate with what Hinduism and Sanatana Dharma says, that reincarnation is true, that people go there and then come back.
Rushi. Rushi, I'll give you better evidence. I'll give you better evidence. You know
Yeah,
that
sure.
the physical world that we can see and touch and interact with, that's only about like 15% of the matter and the energy that exists in this known universe, right? The rest of them is called dark matter and dark energy. That's the spiritual world that we barely have access to, right? Like we barely can like observe a bit of the effects of that. That's what's
Yeah,
holding the universe together and also pushing the universe out. So
yeah.
that's literally evidence of the
Yeah. So let me
spiritual
let me.
world.
You're right. You're right. But let me explain it more clearly. Okay, it's not 15%. It's 5%. Okay, not
Okay, yeah,
15%.
yeah, there you go.
5%. Let me give you more details about that. Okay, so this 5% we are talking about, that is measurable, understandable, deductible energy systems out there in the world. Okay, it is what it this is. This is only, if you look at the entire universe, right? Everything is made up of electrons, neutrons, and protons, and beneath that there's quarks and stuff, right? So between these electrons, neutrons, and protons, there's vast amount of spaces. So these electrons, neutrons, and protons only account for 1% of the universe that we actually see. That the 99% is space. So out of that 1%, only 5% is known to be something that we understand. So it's like 1% of 5%. Sorry, 5% of 1%. So that's even a lesser number than the universe that we think is physical is. Everything else is dark matter, dark energy, or empty space. So essentially, it doesn't prove that there is higher dimensions. I'm not, higher dimensions of things,
It's made up of
but
consciousness.
it gives evidence, or supporting evidence for
Okay,
that claim.
okay. Oh, sir, I have a question. Okay, so in the creation, before any conscious being was ever aware that it was in a creation, what was the first creation that was sentient?
So okay, so what was the first creation which is sentient? See, in Hinduism, we believe that everybody, like, so you believe you're conscious, aren't you? Are you conscious?
Okay, what was the first thing created in the creation that was conscious?
So first off, your questioning is
Nothing.
wrong, because there is nothing created. Consciousness
Okay,
has
okay.
always existed.
First of all, I can give you the answer. It's light. When God said, "Let there be light," the actual photons and waves that we have created what's called chaos
Light
and
doesn't light doesn't
void
exist.
and space.
Yeah, but then what I'm saying is,
Shunyata.
before light,
Shunyata.
before light, God existed according to your own
Rushi,
theory. So
no, he's talking about sunyata. Sunyata. You know what that is?
If you have to ask him, you probably
Rushi, do you know what sunyata is or sunyata? Have you heard of that? The infinite void.
the infinite void. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm not aware of that. Yeah. So it's
That's what
about
he's.
vacuity or
That's what Elite is
basically.
talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah.
Okay, so in order for us to have matter, he would have to create an infinite void where he could create matter or light into matter. So he hardened light, and that's what our physical universe is. It's
So
like
where
a
did light
big
come
drop.
from?
It's like a big drop of void with a little bit of light just entering it from its center.
Okay. So, but where did the light? What is the source of the light? Where did light come from?
Good question. So that right there is the infinite regression that you call a fractal.
Light. None of this exists
Yes.
independent of consciousness.
No.
So
But then, what is the source of that also?
It just keeps
God.
going. It's eternal.
Okay, so there is something that is infinitely sourcing itself, right? So that phenomena is actually consciousness. Okay, because all consciousness is also hierarchical, right? And so if there is a soul, there's a group souls and group souls of group souls, and then finally the ultimate consciousness. And
Okay,
then if you want,
perfect. Okay, that's what the Christians call the Father. Now that light
no.
that
Hold
was
on,
the
what?
source of the
he's right,
evolution.
Rushi. The Father is consciousness. It's the same thing.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah,
That's when
I agree with
Jesus
that.
said, I and my Father are one. He meant that. Exactly that.
Okay, so that's saying that the Father and the Son's consciousness are one, right? They're
Yes,
two
exactly
separate,
right.
but one.
Hold
It's
on,
the same.
hold on. That's the
Okay.
Father that was created, right? With the space of that void. Now, before that, it was just the light. So without that spiraling effect within itself, calling the Father consciousness, we still have a source.
No, I
Okay,
mean,
so
I
before,
disagree,
are you
but
saying
So
that the source of the Father is light? So light
Correct.
existed before Father? Is that what your claim is?
It's got to be some kind of an everlasting light, like a sun that just
why
keeps giving energy and unfolds itself.
Okay,
consciousness is
hold on.
self-luminous,
See, the
bro.
thing
Like
is,
a piece
there's
of toilet
also,
paper that never ends.
Consciousness is self-luminous.
I mean, there is also something
no,
called
so
sound. So
no,
why
so can
can't
I?
you say
So
there is also
like
sound?
I've studied Hinduism, Buddhism, and I definitely know what you guys are talking. So Hinduism believes they have a problem with infinite regression. They're stuck in an infinite regressive
No,
universe.
no, we're not.
So where did it start? Where did it start for your system?
Before Abraham was I am, the eternal I am of existence. Consciousness doesn't have a beginning.
In
So
fact, the word. Let me clarify to you
so
guys.
but can we
Okay,
agree that the
the
universe was
word.
created?
Yeah, the
No,
word.
no.
It was
It,
created, bro.
so
As
hold
Someone
on.
had
opposed
to
to
create
what?
the
As
universe.
opposed to what, Huckabee? As
Oh, he's
opposed
saying
to.
time. There's time. He's talking about time.
Time is a measurement. Look at the Andromeda paradox. It doesn't have its own ontological standalone existence apart from the measuring principle.
No, I'm just talking about reality, the universe itself. Like, where did it come from?
It,
Time.
where
It
did the
comes
universe
from
come
like
from?
our existence, like the existence of life, like birth.
It had to be created. It had to
It
be
is
created.
because you are. How about I just put it like
Okay,
that?
okay, look. This is the theory. Hold on. This is the theory. Okay, the Big Bang sent out a bunch of gases and stuff, and then those gases collided within each other, created friction, and then from there it created a sun, and then from there created gravity, etc., etc.
Yeah. So the thing is, the problem with the fallacy of this that there had to be a creator in the beginning is that, do you currently see in your everyday experience or science things coming out of nothing, like popping, manifesting out of nothing? It doesn't happen. So how do you even presume such a stupid, foolish thing? When you don't have evidence of
Okay,
it.
this is how. Okay,
That's
so
speculation, guys. That's just blind
okay, no,
belief.
picture a bubble of light, and then the bubble folds within itself to create a vacuum.
What?
Yeah, it creates like a
What does that
mushroom
even
cloud.
mean? What does that
A
even mean,
mushroom
E?
cloud.
A bubble
It
of
creates a
light?
void from. Okay, pretend. Okay, the light is in a circle. The outer shell stays within, it stays like an egg, but it starts to bring itself upward to create another void within itself. So
What?
that's
There is
what we
no
call the
void.
universe.
The reason why you says it
Are you
has
are you
to.
suggesting there is void?
So I'll give you an example, Rusi. So in contemporary science, they have it backward. They think that the black hole actually consumes light, but it actually produces light. It actually generates light from the void. It actually creates light from nothing. Right? That's evidence for you saying that
Yeah,
nothing
so,
is
so, so yeah.
created.
Let me explain black holes clearly. Okay, black holes are neither black nor they're holes. Okay, that's a big problem with the science because the black holes.
Well, have you ever seen one?
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So black holes, because of they are actually completely full of light. If you go there close to it, you'll be blinded like crazy. But
Correct.
because of its gravity, because it's of infinite mass and gravity, even the light cannot escape. That is why it is black to us.
But
Okay.
that's why I say
Now,
you in
because
contemporary science have it backward.
hold on. Because it's infinitely massive, it cannot be a hole. It is just a place that everything gets clumped up, like added on, So it's not a hole and it's not light. There you go. It's not
Like,
black or it's not a hole. Yeah.
yeah.
Would you guys mind if I introduce what I call my Big Bang
It's a
theory
generator. It's a
on all
generator.
this?
What's
Well,
that?
it may not generate. It may generate because of the nuclear fusion that could happen inside it. That is probably happening because all supermassive objects have nuclear fusion in the universe. Yeah.
Okay. So it's generating, it's not destroying, right? It's
No,
generating.
but then see the problem with it's not a problem. It's only half statement saying that it produces. It also produces many other subatomic particles like neutrons and many other things.
Did you know at the quantum level there's things that come out of nowhere, right?
No, they do have a source. There's nothing like
Virtual
something coming out of
particles.
nothing. It is impossible. It's like saying, it is a law. It's a law in the physics that there's nothing coming out of something. Because
Which
see, we
law?
understand.
Newtonian
Hold on.
classical
Let me prove that to you.
mechanics?
Hold on.
Are we talking about Newtonian classical mechanics or are we talking about quantum theory?
Hold on. I have an announcement from my sponsors. They want to know, can a thought be something out of nothing?
No, there's always some basis to a thought. Okay. It
Okay,
doesn't come out of.
no. Our thoughts become words. Our words become actions. Our actions become our behavior. Our behavior defines our character. Our character defines our destiny. Does that make sense to the?
And what influence?
I
Yes,
agree.
and what influences
Hold
thoughts?
on, Rashi. Who is the source of your thoughts then?
That's what I'm saying. I have a long history to go back to. I have genes.
His
Which is
consciousness.
so hold on. I have a genes. Hold on. I share my genes, which is I share these genes with 99.9% of the people in the world today. Okay, because it's common across it. In addition to that, my theory is that from the Hinduism, my theory is that my soul has been transmigrating from many lifetimes over. So all that sanchit karma is also adding to my thoughts today. And my emotions, my thought, my intellectual capability, everything, that is also contributing. And my soul, which we believe, this is another phenomenon, not the karma part of it, my soul is part of Brahman, which is the same essence as Brahman, like they said in the Bible, you are created in the image of God. That's what it means. You and Brahman are the same thing. So my soul has also a source of Brahman. So all these three things contribute to my thoughts in addition to the worldly things which I'm doing today. Of course, it's as a source. It doesn't come out of nothing.
Rashi, would you say like the Sat Chit Ananda like path to Brahman?
Yeah. So the Hindu phenomenon of Brahman
is what we are. Being
Yeah, so
conscious.
Brahman
agree.
in Hinduism is not a he or a she or a gender. Like the Western people, Abrahamic religions try to call it father and his son. They're both males, okay? Misogynistic religions, okay? So we don't have that. It is not even called a being, It is only described as a reality. And this reality has properties, and that properties are attributes. And these attributes primarily are defined in concise way as Sat, which is the truth, Chit, which is consciousness, Ananda, summarized to as bliss. So it is summarized into those attributes, but there are many more things to, many more attributes to it, and it's not a gender, it's not a being, it is a reality which your soul, which is being part of the same reality, can experience itself. That is what yoga is. Yoga is connecting to that or yoking to that Brahman. Your Atman is connecting to that Brahman. And yoga provides you the methodologies, technologies,
Rushi, Atman
yeah.
is Brahman ultimately, right?
It is 100% because it's part of that. So by that means,
What did you
so if
just say,
take an
Vince?
example,
What did you?
yeah.
What
So
was-
hold on. Yeah.
Atman is Brahman. It's analogous to saying, I and my Father are one, or let thine eye be single and thy body shall be full of light. Same. That's Satchidananda in a nutshell, right there.
That's correct, 100% right. Now, let me give you an analogy of how that is true, right? How is this whole ultimate Brahman? How about the small Atman, which is you, is also Brahman? Like, for instance, if you go to an ocean, right? You see ocean is full of water. You take a cup of water out of it. Is cup of water different from the ocean? Absolutely not. It has the same molecules, same properties and everything, but the cup of water is individually recognized as a cup of water. And you can take 1 million or 8 billion cup of waters out of it,
Yeah, but
and there'll still be ocean.
let
Same
me
way,
work
Atman
on.
is the same thing as
Let me
Brahman.
work with that. Let me work with that analogy. I'm not a part of the ocean anymore, bro. I'm in the cup. I'm a freaking cup.
You're right. You're in the Maya. You have been separated. You're right.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly, bro.
You
I'm
have
the
been
cup,
separated.
but I
There's a
have the
wheel.
divine. I have the divine ocean with me, right? Because I
Yes, yes.
was a part of that ocean.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
your
you're
soul,
a cup, Huckleberry, filled with the divine
The divine.
water of the ocean in this
Yes.
philosophical scenario, like here. Okay.
yeah. So you
Yeah,
can
but I
become,
wouldn't. In that instance, though, I'm not an ocean anymore. I'm inside a cup. I'm like
yes.
forming. I form myself to be within
Yeah,
the
yeah,
cup.
yeah. So 99% of what ocean is, you can also be. For instance, ocean water can become water vapor. You can also become that. Ocean water can become ice. You can also become that. Ocean water, water can be a fluid. It flows around. You are also that. All those things are same. So nothing is different.
No,
Yes,
but
you're
you wouldn't
absolutely
call.
right.
But you
The
wouldn't
cup.
call
Hold
me
on a
an
second. Yeah, the
ocean, though. You
cup you're
wouldn't call me
referring
an
to.
ocean.
Yeah, the cup you're referring to is actually the mind and the body layers, the mind, body, and the senses layers, which separate you from the Brahman, from the ocean. That's what it is. Yeah,
Do you
you're
believe
right.
do you believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah?
I'm sorry.
Do you believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah?
Absolutely not. He's just a human being,
Well,
and, and an
if you do not
ultimate
believe
failure of a human being in the history of the earth. He's the ultimate
if you
failure.
do not believe that Jesus
He's the
Christ is the
biggest failure
Messiah,
of the earth.
if you do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah, you do not have eternal life.
What?
If you do not believe that Jesus
Here
Christ,
come the dividers.
Here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing, okay? So whether
Now
you
that
believe in or
this
not, hold
slide's
on a
going to go
second,
off
let me
the
finish
rails
this, guys.
now.
One second.
it's the
If you
biggest
believe in
divider.
something or not, does not change the reality. So if I can believe that this laptop in front of me does not exist, I can believe all I want, but it does not remove the fact that laptop does exist. So your beliefs don't matter. Even in the world, even in the world
Hold
of sense, right?
on.
Hold on.
Yeah. You missed the point, Rashi, of what you're pointing out in that in your analogy there. If we asked you, like, do you believe there's a laptop that you're using, and you tell us, like, no, we're gonna be like, like, so when you say Jesus is a failure as a Messiah, granted, that's your own personal perspective. Perspectives aren't objective, right? Like, we have to understand that as
I can
conscious,
prove
sentient
it. You
human
want me to
beings.
prove it to you? I can prove it. He's the
No,
biggest
let me break
failure.
this down. Hey, let me break this
The
down,
earth
Rushi.
he's the
Let me break this
biggest
down.
failure the earth ever has. Do you want me to prove it to you?
No, let me ask you a question. If your
I
belief
can prove
don't
it.
matter, why are we listening to you? Why are we listening to you at all, bro? If your belief don't matter,
What?
Yeah.
We're not talking about beliefs. We're talking about facts and
you
science.
literally said belief don't
Hinduism is
matter,
science.
dude. Holy moly!
You guys see what I'm talking about with the finger metaphor?
Whatever I said
Stop
until now
copying
is
me, Dr.
science.
Econ.
Let's see.
Whatever I said until now is science. There's nothing belief in it.
That's fine. I mean, you don't
Jesus
need
said
to
you
prove
will
to
do
me
greater things
why you believe
than
personally
him.
that Jesus Christ, personally my Lord and Savior and Redeemer, is a failed Messiah. When I say that he was definitely the Messiah for the entire world when he came and ascended back to heaven, But
Alright.
somebody said anybody who does not accept like this person, there's a certain destination for those people. So
Let him believe that. It doesn't affect me. Let him
John
believe
3:16.
that. Now,
John chapter 3 verse
do you
16.
want?
For
Do
God
you?
so loved the world that He gave His one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. For
Who
God did
cares?
not,
Eternal.
for God
Okay,
did
here
not
the
Who
send
problem
cares?
with that.
Son
Here, buddy.
into the
The
world to
problem
You
with
can
that
condemn the
believe
world.
is,
that if you
there
want,
are many
dude.
To
I don't
save the
problems with
care.
world
that
through
statement.
him.
There are many problems with that statement. First is you have to substantiate the God existing. Second, you have to substantiate God has a son existing. The third, that this his death somehow is saving from the sin, and then you have to substantiate there is something called sin also,
Rishi,
and the death is sin
regardless
also.
from the fact,
Everything, see, you can see every other word that you used in that sentence is unsubstantial.
Rishi, regardless from the fact, you and I have a timestamp upon us. Right? We're all going to unalive. We're going to leave from this world.
Yes, yes.
Okay?
According to
If you
Hinduism,
do
we have
not
all been given a number of births to live, a number of breaths to live. Yes,
Now,
that's
if you do
true.
not believe, according to the scriptures, as it is written, if you do not believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah, you do not have eternal life.
That's your
According to whose
opinion.
scriptures? Your scriptures?
That's your opinion, dude. I don't
Yeah,
care
your
about your
scriptures,
opinion.
bro, not my scriptures.
Don't try to tell me where I'm
Hey,
going.
can
Okay,
I ask you a question,
I don't
Rusi?
think that's helpful. Let's try to bring people together and not
Yeah, yeah,
What do you
exclude.
Rusi. Let me
mean?
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Yes,
question.
sir.
So,
Yeah.
I believe I'm the son of God. I do believe I'm a son of God, right? I think that God is my father, and I came from Him. I literally came from God. Like so
Now, can I
you're God.
clarify by you? We come from that because of the sacrifice that this man Jesus
Yes.
Christ gave us, right, Huckleberry? Like at
Just
least that's
because
the
I
only way I can
no,
call
because I
myself a
know
child
no.
of God. Part of,
I just know
like
that God is a father, and He begotten me. He begotten me, right? He created me, so
So,
I'm His son. So I would
yes.
say that. that
Huckleberry, I don't disagree with your point that you are a son of God, like I am a son of God.
oh, so you are a son of God.
According to Hinduism, yes. I mean, if you
No,
want to define it
no,
like that.
no, Rushi. We're
I
not
mean,
sons of God, dude. What are you
yeah,
talking
we're
about?
not.
What is
We're
God to
not.
you?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is,
I'm
we'll
not.
see.
I'm not
Yeah,
going to
we'll
keep
see,
cleaning
right?
up these
We're
messes.
not.
I
We're
can't. I
not.
can't.
We are not sons of God. We are Atman, which is part of Brahman. Okay, so we
Rishi,
are. We
apart
are the
from
same.
Jesus Christ, Rishi, apart from Jesus Christ, you are nothing. You understand this.
Wait, you're gonna. So prove it to me.
Jesus Christ came, He gave His life for your sin, the sin that was going to lead you astray into the grave. Okay?
So first off, Jesus
Now, all
Christ.
you
You don't
must
know
do
if he
is
even
believe in
existed.
His name.
Second, you're talking
All you
about
must do is
sin.
believe
Sin
in
doesn't
His
exist.
name.
Wait,
Okay,
Believe
all
in
right,
His
wait. Let's
name.
go
all
back.
the points you're
Let's go
making
back.
are
Wait.
unsubstantial.
Let's go back. All right. So you or let's. I said I was a son of God, right? So it's not too far fetched to say the man Jesus is also a son of God, correct?
Sure, why not? All humans are, all animals are, all plants are, all life is sons of God by the
So
definition that we all
that's just
came
what
from
we
Him.
believe. That's all that we believe as Christians.
No,
Is
you don't believe that.
Jesus is a
Don't
son of
bullshit.
God.
Don't bullshit me. Don't. That's not what you believe. You believe that only Jesus is the Son of God. Everybody else and all the souls are creation.
no, Rashi. Granted, like I'll admit, there are Christians who believe that specifically, but we Christians up here on this panel are telling you we're not them. You know,
Then
like
why don't
so.
We're
you?
awake.
So you should create your own denomination, okay, which is going to be maybe 1,000 people who believe in it, and call yourself, some other religion.
Which I do.
Don't call yourself
I call
Christians.
myself a Muslim now.
Okay, I mean,
but a
yeah,
Christian Muslim, which is
Islam,
how I have to.
Muslims, and Muslims are Islamic religion is probably the worst, not probably the worst of the Abrahamic religions.
No one.
Because the second worst is Christianity.
Man,
Second
So
worst
what's
is
the best
Christianity.
religion? What's the
Judaism is
best
okay, little
religion,
bit.
Rashi?
Huh?
What's the best religion for mankind to follow and practice?
First off, no religion is best for humanity. Hinduism is not a religion; it's science. That's it. It's ancient sciences.
Yeah, but it's also a religion. You know.
No, when you say religion, hold on.
Rishi,
The
what rock
definition
do
of
you?
religion is
But
that it is
Rishi,
organized.
Rishi, what
There is a
what
founder
rock
to
do you
it.
stand
Hold
on?
on. There are certain commandments and rules and laws to follow it. They tell you how to think. You don't have critical thinking. That is the definition of religion. By that count, all religions are wrong. We have to erase them from the place of the earth, from the planet of the earth.
Rishi, what rock do you stand on?
I don't stand on a fucking rock.
I stand upon the rock. Okay.
No. See here.
Who is
When you
Jesus
say,
Christ?
hold on, your
But
definition
you
is
stand
wrong.
on your own words.
Hold on. Look. I'm standing on a carpet. Okay. I'm sitting on a chair which is made up of leather. Okay. And below that there is some soil. Okay. And below that there is some sort of basaltic something. You know. And below that there is something else. So if you say like that, below everything there is space also. So I'm
Rushi,
standing on space.
Rushi, I
What are you
stand
talking
upon
about?
the
I'm sitting on a
rock of
fucking
Jesus
rock.
Christ.
Huh?
What rock do you stand on? You stand
I'm not
upon your
standing on
own
any rock.
word.
Like I say, I'm sitting on a chair. I'm not even standing. I'm sitting right now.
Imagine, I don't know if you're familiar with this term, but there's like this term called like a reductionist, you know, which is I think
Yeah.
what like Rashi is doing. He's reducing all these things into
Yeah.
like each component and explaining each of them. Now, when
No, so what?
somebody like
I
yourself,
don't.
imagine, who
I'm
comes in and
not.
just says, "I stand on the rock that is Jesus Christ," that is a very, you know,
No,
like
he meant planet Earth. He actually meant to say you're standing on planet Earth. That's what he meant to say. Okay.
do you
Is
think? I
that
mean,
right? Your name
is
is?
that
Look,
what you
I
meant to
stand.
say?
I
Imagine,
stand.
is that what
Okay,
you
so
meant?
when you think about it, when you think of what I'm saying, when I say stand upon the rock, I stand upon the principles of Jesus Christ. Okay,
Okay,
what are the
okay.
principles of Jesus?
So
Everything
first off,
that
okay.
Jesus Christ,
So
you
first
know.
off, you didn't use the word principles in there, or nothing close to being we can synonymize as principles. Second, use the word rock, which could mean 1,000 different things. You know, including a planet, including a mountain, including anything, a small hill. You know, including a pebble can be a rock also. So you just made a stupid, very ambiguous statement, and you expect me to believe it is principles of Jesus Christ. What the hell you're talking about?
Yeah, chill
Rashi,
out, hey,
Rashi,
chill out,
Wusa,
chill out with the
Wusa,
name
brother.
calling.
Like, yeah, just take a deep
Chill
breath,
out with
man.
the
Like,
That's a lot of
Rushi means
oh,
Rushi
Rushi.
in
I'm sorry.
in Sanskrit.
yeah, yeah,
Rushi in
Bruce. Hey,
Sanskrit,
Brucey, we don't
yeah,
have to.
Rushi in Sanskrit means a scientist.
Yeah, we don't have
Scientist.
to.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Forgive
don't
me,
have
Rushi.
to.
Let
Forgive
me
me,
ask you a
but
question. With all due respect, Rushi, have you ever read the Bible before?
Dude, I've
Have
been
you
in
ever?
US for 31 years.
Huh?
Every
Have you
week
ever
there used
read?
to be a guy who came and
Have,
talked to me about Bible. He sat down and read a passage of Bible and left for every week for 2 hours. Okay, I know Bible more than you do.
okay, but have you ever read the Old Testament or New Testament?
Which
Have you
one?
ever read the Bible? Which one? Have you ever read the Bible? Because I know the answer will be. I know what the answer will be. You'll tell me he never read it.
Hi everyone. Why would you drop him? Are you all Christians here?
Hello, say.
I am a Christian
We're a
Muslim
follower.
revert.
We're a follower of the way. The way. This is the way.
Okay, I came to support him because I'm a Hindu as well. And I just want to say that can you guys hear me by the way?
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say that Sanatan Dharam is not a religion. It's a way of life. Like other religions have a founder. Like, like Christianity has Jesus. Islam has Muhammad. But Sanatan Dharam has no single founder. Like it is a collection of eternal truths that are realized by many sages over time. Unlike other religions, they have one holy book, but in Sanatan Dharam, we have many scriptures like the Vedas, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Ramayana, and each of those scriptures gives different paths for different minds.
Yeah, but
And in
Seika,
Sanatan Dharam,
And they don't
Seika, can I ask you a question?
contradict each other. Like just in Bible, there are so many
yeah,
contradictions
exactly, Rushi. Like,
within books. You know,
yeah, in
within different
religion, there is
chapters of
only one
Bible.
path to
Can I
God, but
ask you a
in
question?
Yeah,
Sanatan
I
Dharam,
mean,
Seika, can I
yeah.
ask you a question? How do you know for sure that your beliefs are true though?
we don't
How
have
do you know
beliefs.
it's true? Like, how do you
We
know
don't
that
have beliefs.
whatever you believe in, right? How do
We
you
don't
know
have
that
beliefs.
that is the truth? How do you know
No,
that's the
no.
very thing that's
You're
going
asking the
to
wrong
be true?
question. I said we don't have beliefs.
So what do you have?
We have
Because,
science. I told Hinduism is science.
We have
yeah,
science.
They
because
believe in
I
science.
believe,
Yeah, they believe in
okay,
science.
What
because I
ancient,
believe,
okay, hold
So
on. What
yoga, okay, you
ancient
take yoga.
scientific
What
proofs
is yoga?
convince
Isn't
you to
yoga a
know
science?
what
Okay,
you
hold
know?
on. When you take yoga, isn't yoga a science of body and mind and the energy system of the body and mind? and the physiology of the body. It is. Your yoga comes from Hinduism. It is exactly science, exact
It's
science.
not
You
exactly a
practice it this way,
science.
you'll get these kind of results. That is science.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Yoga is not a science, but it's definitely a form of exercise.
No, it is. It's not an exercise. It is a science.
What is
how do you
science,
all
sir?
right?
Can you give us
So
the
science is
definition of
defined as like
science?
this. So if you science, if you take the laboratory model of science, okay, you have you start out with a hypothesis. Means that okay, if you do this, if you do this experiments, you're gonna get this results. That is hypothesis. Okay. So hypothesis is basically an assumption. Okay. It is not. You don't know whether it's true or
It's an
not. Okay.
educated guess, typically.
Well, I mean, it's not an educated guess. It's more of an
Not
axiom.
hypothesis.
It's more of an axiom. Axiom means self-evident truth. Okay, that is coming out of a vast amount of observation. Okay,
For a
it's more of an
hypothesis,
axiom.
we
Okay,
must remain fallible, so we're not giving it a.
right. So hence, now
Now,
when you so if you
And we're not just
if
saying
you
I think the sun will turn green tomorrow.
okay, yeah. So let me complete what I'm saying. So when you chant Om, okay, when you chant Om, the hypothesis, as per the Hinduism, is that your attention goes from the bottom of the body to the top of the head. That is the hypothesis. Now, do you want to prove it to you?
Sure.
Okay. So chant with me. So Om is said like this. Ah, oo, right? So chant with me. So
Wait,
do this.
go slower, slow it down.
So
Do it again,
Om.
but
So Om is chanted Ah, Oo, Okay. So let's chant Ah for 5 seconds. Everybody together. Ah. Number one. Number two.
It is so disrespectful, Giselle. That was very disrespectful. You shouldn't do
Hey,
that.
I was already here up before any of you guys, so pipe
Yeah.
down.
So the next one is let's do Oh. Okay. Oh.
Rushi, apart from
Okay.
Jesus,
Now let's do the third one. Okay.
apart from Jesus Christ,
Okay, let's do the third one. Okay. So is this. Now you did all these two things separately. Now let's do all of them together. Okay. Let's do it with me.
Wait, so what did I walk into, host?
Hold on.
Like,
So the signs or whatever your name is, because I'm not able to see clearly. This, I think I don't know what your name is. To the right of me. So what did you experience when you chanted? Hello. What did you experience when you chanted?
I don't think you chanted.
All right, look, that's
You
enough.
didn't chant.
Okay, look, listen,
So you
that's
didn't do the
enough from the
experiment.
Hindu. That's
That
enough. That's
experiment that I
enough.
asked you to do.
No. Listen,
What is all of
listen.
this chanting?
Please be quiet, everyone. Please, I'm getting a word from my sponsors, and I need you all to push Jesus more than this Hindu shit.
Excuse me?
quiet.
What?
Quiet.
Why would you say that?
Because
Are you alright? Is
this
this
is a
what the
Jesus.
Bible
This
teach
is a
you to say
Jesus
that?
safe space, ma'am.
How can you say that about Sanatan
Oh,
Dharam?
Jay, you're
Did
back.
we
I didn't
disrespect?
realize you were
Did
back.
we disrespect
What's up, brother?
your
Madam
Bible or
Sacred.
God?
Yeah.
I don't think
So
so,
Madam
right?
Sacred, let me tell you what these guys
This
are
is
doing.
wrong, guys. This is
I
wrong.
know
want to
this. Sister,
promote
like,
Christianity.
trust me, just
They want to promote Christianity like a marketing.
All right, so
Somebody
what was the, hey,
sponsoring
wait.
them
So
to
can you
spread
get to the
Christianity.
point of
Otherwise,
the
they wouldn't
ohms,
spread
bro?
it.
Hey, can you get
They
to the
have
point of the ohms?
no.
Yeah, go
The
ahead.
fact is, they have no affiliation or belief or faith in Christianity. They are here working for a company who pays them to market. This is
No,
the
what
today.
are you
Today's
saying? What
reality
is
of
the point of
Christianity.
your ohms, bro? What was the point of your ohms?
You didn't try it. Did you? Did you say? Did you? Okay. What did I say in the beginning? What is the hypothesis?
Hey, would I like some rice and curry?
Bro,
What is the hypothesis?
first
actually
pronounce
would.
hypothesis.
You took you took
Sorry,
the
that
whole
was
class
racist.
through
I'm
a
sorry.
whole meditation, and you have no point to do. Like, what was the point of doing that?
I'm asking you. Did you hear what I said in the beginning? What is the hypothesis of Om? Repeat it to me, please.
It
First
comes from the
pronounce
bottom up or something like
Rushi.
that. Bottom
First
So
up.
you
pronounce
did not even understand what I
hypothesis
said, and then you
correctly.
come out to me and tell me that whatever I told you about Om, what the experiment we did, is completely baseless. That's what you come to claim,
Rushi,
even though you didn't understand what I said in the beginning. What is the? You
with,
didn't
with
even
all
understand
due
the
fairness,
hypothesis.
Rushi, like you did kind of present it to us, like all very passionately that kind of maybe like making it hard for our ears to just kind of hear everything that you're sharing with us. The way, you know, like, does that make sense? So just kind of like give us the lecture in a calm, just not like. So like this is where, if I may just try to explain to Huckleberry, like this whole thing with Om and chanting.
It's called hypothesis, not hypothesis.
So
Okay?
I agree with you, Chaplain. I was speaking a little too fast because I'm always passionate.
Well,
Ooh, someone booted him.
Oh my God, he got a guest violation. He
I
got
can't understand why would you, if we are here to defend our dharma, why would you be so rude to a person who is trying to explain you what Sanatan Dharma is? Why would you do that?
Sister, like this is the question like we should all be asking ourselves, but you know, like E is
we
just
never asked him who
he's
that
just
was.
human.
We were
Yeah, I feel like this woman below me needs to be.
and
no, never
we never
mind.
asked him about this other person.
I just want to say Sanatan Dharma is based on experience. It is not just a belief, you know.
Hmm?
Sanatan Dharma doesn't say believe blindly. It's a path of realization, not conversion. I mean, respect all beliefs, doesn't matter which path you choose. You should respect all beliefs. You shouldn't say such things about other beliefs. I didn't attack you guys. You are attacking him and my dharma. This is wrong, guys. As a host, you shouldn't do that. You know, is otherwise, you know, what we will think as a Sanatani that this is what Christianity is.
Sacred, you're following a false god. Okay?
Oh wow, I wanted to
God
ask
is
Sacred
Jesus
if
Christ.
she had a husband. I wanted to ask her if she had a family.
Jay, there's a time and a place for everything. I don't think this is
Yeah, I know.
the time.
Yeah.
But did we hear what she was saying? Just if we all do call ourselves Christian, like we shouldn't be saying like these kinds of like negative, disgusting things in words about somebody else or somebody else's belief. You know, like I believe that any person
Hey, but
who,
he said he didn't even believe his own beliefs, bro. It doesn't matter.
I
So
know.
I don't understand.
Look, Huckleberry. I hope that if anything, that was a lesson for Rushi as
you
much
were
as it was like a
listening to
lesson
him,
for us. You know, like,
If
but
you were listening to him, really, the amalgamation of what he believed in was just a pile of, you know, just, you know what I'm talking about, the word. But, yeah, he didn't really believe in what he was saying.
Yeah, you guys send your request. I don't wish to talk to you guys, so I'll just drop. I have to go, but yeah, you guys are disrespectful. I don't talk to such people like you guys.
I'm sorry, sister.
Bye bye.
I'm sorry.
Peace and blessings.
Dude.
Well, because
Yeah,
she's
but
not a
as a Christian,
Christian,
I feel like
she
we
can
should
do
be all
that. She
respectful.
can come up and like judge us because she's not a Christian, you know. But if we call ourselves Christian, we are like supposed to not commit
Judge
that kind of stuff, you know. Like so, let's learn from all this because there was a lot of.
What did we do though? Hey, I'm trying to figure out what we did. I don't think we did
anything.
anything.
We didn't do anything.
Yeah, we didn't do anything.
It was just, you know, somebody called the Hindu religion something very negative in the wording, right? Just like, you know, so get rid of
Okay,
this
yeah,
bull,
I got you.
bull
Yeah, I think that was
BS,
E.
you know,
I think
type
that was the
thing.
host.
Exactly. And the sister was calling him out for that. Like, if you're a Christian, like, why would you say such disgusting things? And she was putting us all in the hot seat. Just like, you shouldn't let this stand, you know? Like, you should stop this kind of behavior, you know? Like, especially if we're Christians. Because what if other Christians or non-Christians are watching and they believe that this is what Christianity is? So, like, she's just kind of, you know, but granted, we all have kind of, you know, like, we're all kind of caught up in this passion. So this is where, like, it was a big lesson for me as a quantum theorist, Jay, you know, like just watching how all us particles just like are entangled with each other here, and we're just bouncing
We
around.
should. I think
Oh,
we
wait, I have a
should have
question about
timed it
that.
though.
Oh, wait,
I
wait.
think the host
Wait,
was
wait, I have a question about quantum entanglement. Is that when like you like keep tapping your hand on a small area, surface area, and like 1 out of a billion times your hand will go through?
No.
Is that quantum entanglement or is that
that's
quantum?
tunneling. You're talking about the
Oh
quantum
yeah, quantum tunneling. Okay.
Okay, we
Is
have
that
a new
is
guest.
that how
here.
they
Hold
explain
on.
quantum
Okay,
tunneling?
Hold on, please. Hello, McFly. We have
Yeah,
a
Biff.
new.
What's
yeah,
up,
yeah.
Biff?
I mean, that's how they explained it to me.
Biff.
If I'm McFly, then he's got to be my Biff, right? Like I don't know if you guys know the movie.
You guys are telling our age now. Chill.
I'm showing my age, so I hope it's confirming. But welcome, sister.
Wait, what's quantum entanglement then? Wait, Chaplain. What's quantum entanglement then? Can someone answer?
So it's just like, like particles can exist in either a binary state or a non-binary state, meaning it's either going to be.
Yeah, so
Hold on.
We have a new guest here. We have a new guest.
Dude.
We should respect. We gotta respect the host.
Jay ran out of questions, bro. You gotta
Okay,
answer more questions.
Bear Poop, what do you want?
Yo. Whoa, bro. Chill. That's not how Christians behave, and if I see Christians behave like this, I wouldn't want to be a Christian. Yeah, right. So here's the thing. You got to remember when there are spirits within teaching practices, they're going to come for the Christian. Hold on 1 second, Jizzle.
Jay.
Okay.
We call him Jay here because of some problems that the name caused.
Yeah. So you got to remember that this is spiritual warfare, and with some of these teaching practices, the entities that are behind this will go right for the Christian's heart to shut them up. And how do you do that? Guys?
All right, so ma'am, do you think that Jesus is your father and your God?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you want?
I was just coming up. You're very rude.
Right?
No.
Come on, man. Can people just not come up to your panel, just to chill?
Well, it seems like she has some kind of a mission or something. Like she's
I did.
She's talking about
heard,
spirits and I don't know who she's trying to talk about. It's like
she's giving us an introduction based on the conversation we just had. Just sit back.
I was sitting on the outside. I was listening to the Hindu woman try to shame Christians. I was just stating that we have to remember that there's principalities of power. We do not battle flesh and blood. So with this, how do you silence a Christian is by making them feel bad. That's all.
Not necessarily,
That's all.
but okay.
Guilt tripping them in a sense, or shaming them.
Yes.
Shaming
Christians
them.
don't behave like this.
Hey, I'm washed by the blood of the Lamb. I cannot be shamed.
They're not a real Christian there. But a real Christian his mouth cannot be shut up.
Say that again, imagine. A real Christian what?
A real Christian, his mouth cannot be shut up. Because a real Christian will always speak the name of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So
and with the Hinduisms, they have multiple gods. Yeah, you gotta have to admit that.
They're polytheistic, is what you're saying?
See, this is
Yeah,
where
you gotta look up all the gods they have.
the other religious lenses really misquote or misview Hinduism. They have one god, Brahma, or that's the creator god, but they do have other little g god deities, with the monkey and
demigods.
all that stuff, but that's just kind
Isn't
of
that the same with Christianity?
Yeah, that's like Christians and Catholics worshiping saints and popes and stuff like that.
Exactly.
No, I don't do that. That's a Catholic or Orthodox.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm saying.
I'm just trying to put apples to apples and stuff like that when people are making it out to be apples and oranges, sister. That's all I'm trying to do here. And I hear you. I hope you at least know that I'm somebody up here who hears you. And all this stuff.
Yeah.
But like I said, I love being the guest here and thank you for having me up. But if we want more people to come up here, you gotta lighten up with
your approach.
Not your approach, but you're welcoming.
Yeah,
it's like watching the Tonight Show and seeing Letterman welcome all of his guests with just a slap to their face.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
I'm sorry. next time I'll try to be more courteous.
Okay, good. That's all I
A
asked.
little hospitality. That's all.
It's just like,
okay.
if you do come live
What-
with me, E, is this how you're gonna welcome our like guests into like my home?
I need you all to start figuring shit out.
Oh God.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if imagine. I think he has a spirit of confusion. I think he's a Trinitarian.
Me? No, I believe in Jesus. I believe in God the Father, God the Son.
Oh wait, we have a new guest. I'm sorry. Imagine the cute Bobcat. Welcome.
Oh, hey, it's me. I'm just using my friend's account.
Oh, how cute.
So the other Hindus don't follow me in here. All right, cool.
Rushi? Are you Rushi?
No, I'm not Rusi.
Oh.
I don't
All
want
right, we have another guest here. Nike.
Rushi was messing things up, and I couldn't clean up
I'm
all his
alive. I'm
Okay.
alive.
potato.
Yeah, I feel like women.
We have another guest here.
I feel like women should be in
Potato.
the kitchen.
Theo.
Rushi, why were you? I didn't hear what happened, but Rushi was saying that there was a god.
Did you join the resurrection too?
Who?
Mateo, he's here.
You're saying this is resurrection?
Mateo's been saved.
It says join the resurrection of the dead. Open mic. So here we are. We're all
Wait,
in the
Chaplain.
resurrection.
I have a question for Chaplain. Chaplain, do you have to be baptized to be saved, or is there certain ways that you can go? Like, say you had the heart of Jesus and you believed in Jesus, can you still go to heaven without being baptized? Is
I
that
personally believe, like, absolutely. Like, I believe that
Okay.
water baptism is not necessary for salvation, but I believe that the ritual of having a water baptism, like, done is a sign of just, like your spirit and mindset, just, like trying to align with, like, your flesh, saying, this is a new life. This is a new birth. Like, it's a way to kind of just, like, reenact and just kind of really immerse yourself into this new
like a full-on
reborn
repentance?
identity. I mean, some people need that kind of route, but there are some people who I say, like myself, who had good parents that guided me with like just the wisdom and knowledge that they had. Like they didn't try to force me to believe in whatever God that they believed in.
All right,
like,
Charlie, go ahead and introduce their new guest here,
Yeah, I
Skello.
which one?
I'm
And
gonna remove you,
Nikkei,
Skello.
hey.
If you don't talk, I'm gonna remove you. 3. Oh, actually, I can remove Nate Neutral hasn't talked for a while. I can remove that guy. We have everybody give a round
Hey,
of
I'm here.
applause
I'm here. I'm here.
to Logo.
Salam alaikum, brother.
Logos. Is it
Salam.
Orthodox or no?
Salam
Yeah.
alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
I don't hear him.
Sorry, there was like a lot
I
of stuff.
don't hear him.
A lot of stuff at once.
Coming back.
Yeah, welcome to Thursday night.
How's it going?
Yeah, Thursday. Oh, this is where it goes down on Thursdays.
This Thursday, at least for me. And Nikkei,
Jesus.
hello.
Wait a second. How do you
Hey,
take Revelation 1:1 and get Jesus is the Father God out of that? Please explain that to me.
We have an Orthodox.
You don't get it? Think about it.
Nope. Thought about it. Still ain't got it.
Who's testifying?
The testimony of Jesus.
From John.
Well, no. It says John bear record. He's bearing record.
Right. So he's the one who's like writing this revelation that we're reading down from Jesus, right? Like
Maybe. I don't know. It says the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave to Jesus to show unto his servants things that must shortly come to pass. And
To
then John bear record of the words of God, comma, and the testimony of Jesus, comma, and the things of which he had seen. So
Are you reading from a Bible or from a father?
no, I was just reciting from my memory.
Yeah. Okay. So
I thought we were
don't pull
reading
up the
this background.
apostolics.
I thought we
Just
were
go to
reading-
Revelation chapter 1 verse 2. I have a perfect memory.
Are we going to pull it up on the computer, or are we going to pull it up from the Apostolic Fathers' secessions? Is that what we're doing, or from the Bible?
Vince.
Why don't we just pull it up from like the Center for New Testament
Why don't we pull
Restoration,
it
which
up?
would have the oldest manuscript?
Why don't we pull it up from the KJV?
Because Logos is a Muslim.
I was
No,
reciting
he's
to you the
not.
KJV.
Yeah,
I was
he
just,
is.
what I
I'm
recited
sure.
what I just
I
recited
don't
to
think
you
he's a
was
Muslim. I think he's a.
He's a Muslim.
He's a Muslim.
Alhamdulillah.
He's not an Orthodox. Oh, he is. There he is. There he is.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, I heard it. I heard it.
I mean, I can vouch that my Habib, my brother here below me, Logos, is, you know, he's a revert Muslim, just like I am, you know, like, so I don't know why there's people questioning like his faith and stuff like that, but
that's weird. It always happens.
You were confused, bro. It's normal. It's okay.
Well, I mean,
Well,
I think a lot of people are confused, calling them whatever.
I think you'd be a little bit more confused to still consider yourself a Jew when there's clearly more prophets.
Okay.
Muhammad was a pedophile.
How was he a pedophile when he married a woman? All he married was women.
Woman
His first
Wait,
wife-
it didn't say that he was.
Matteo,
It didn't say.
Hey, there's no
Matteo,
talk. Hey, you
Matteo,
can't be talking about that right here.
Matteo,
Can't be talking.
your
Mateo. Why do people say Matteo? That's such a weird pronunciation.
Your Old Testament says their marriage was kosher. So unless you want to reject your rabbi,
All right, it's still sucky.
biology and
I
everything,
disagree with
so
shit.
watch your fucking mouth and have some respect. And
No, bro,
Alicia
I can
was
condemn the
4.
marriage of Rebecca easily. Now condemn
She
Muhammad.
was 30.
You got like, I think that
Oh, go
Mateo
ahead.
is like a devil's advocate character that, like, that tells me.
I mean, Alicia, wasn't she 4?
I'm just thinking devil advocate.
I guess my mic isn't on.
Tell everybody how you're related to like every royalty on earth.
Well, most of the royalty are related. Listen,
Because it's that
Mateo, I'm
fallen
sorry.
blood. You know, the fallen angel blood.
Okay, so yeah, so what's up, Logos? You're like the son of David, aren't you?
My dad's name is David. Yeah, sure.
This guy is related to every emperor Europe has ever seen.
That's not what I said.
Do you have any DNA evidence?
Yeah.
All right, so what's your DNA in the genome of Jewiness?
Of Jewiness?
Yeah, there's like there's different J types, I think.
Dude, you can just go look up the family crest of the tribe of Judah and then look up my.
Yeah, sorry, I was
last
away.
name's family
But
crest.
Aki, like, that was great. Like, E-Man, like, what's your rebuttal to that? Are you a son of David? And Logos just told you straight up, like, my father's name was David, so yes. Like, like,
No, but he means like he's King David's bloodline.
Yeah.
does
So
he?
that's what my
Yeah. Like, all he did was have a quick, witty response for you to stop and, like, just think about, you know, like, are you gonna...
You never spoken with Logos before? He
With who?
legitimately thinks he's the son of
Neil?
the David.
I don't think so.
I can personally say that I have a very close relationship with Logos. So, you know, like, I have spoken many times with Logos before Mateo.
You should know this man.
I should know what? That
So let's talk to Nike. Hold on, we haven't spoken to Nike. What do you have to say?
it's Nick K.
Thanks, Chaplain.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
What do I have to say? I don't know. I'm just glad I made it. That's all.
As am I. You know, like, just happy to be here with all of you. But Mateo, like, are you being your genuine self, or are you like playing like a role as an actor?
Logos?
No,
Logos told me
you, Mateo.
Yeah. What,
I know Logos a lot better than you. So
bro? He's told me he's the descendant of King David.
yeah, because he is like Jew. Like like did you just take that? Did you just? I mean, tell that to the rest of the Jews who say that they are all
I
descendants.
am the rest of the Jews. We don't say we're all descendants of King David. The fuck is that?
Not all of you are from the tribe of Judah. What does that say? What does that say?
Not even if you're from the tribe of Judah.
What
are
does
you
that say?
descendant of
What does that
King
say?
David?
What does that say right there?
What?
What does that say?
I'm not reading your stream.
Who's hot micing?
House of
What?
Liesel?
Leal.
Lile.
Now, what is that?
Okay. It's a lion.
House of Leal. Yes, it is. It is a white
Yeah,
lion
a
with a red
lion
back.
is a
Pay
rather
attention.
popular heraldic
Pay
element.
attention. House of
I know,
Leal.
you have a lion, they have a lion.
Pay attention. Now,
Are we like really breaking out like Ancestry.com? Like,
Dude, I told you, he thinks he's the descendant of David. I told you.
I'm not think.
so then who are you the descendant of, Mateo? Like if he believes that he's the descendant of David, like who are you the descendant of? Like why
I'm the
are
descendant of Gregory, of George, of Gregory, of Gregory, of George, of Harold, of Henry, of Gregory. Go back to
that was kind of like a Sally
Let's
sells-
just get
sells
to the
by the
nitty gritty of this. Hold on, let's get to the nitty gritty of this.
Right,
Okay,
um,
so
listen.
logos. Do you think that you might be the Messiah?
No, the Messiah is
No.
Jesus or Judah.
Oh, do you think you might be the Mehdi?
No.
Do you think that you might be one of the two witnesses?
No.
Well,
Do you think that you're written in the Bible or in the Quran?
No.
So what
I
the
thought-
fuck?
I thought if you are the Medid, you don't know you are, or something like that.
Why are you flexing David if you ain't none of that?
It's just my ancestry. It's my family crest, man. It's
Well,
literally
what if you are the Messiah for Mateo?
then we're all fucked.
I agree.
Well, yeah, because Mateo will never probably accept him as his Messiah. So I would say I agree with Logos there. But like what I want you to
y'all have a
understand is that my brother Logos here, like me, is somebody who was born in a different faith than the one that we now identify with through his own path.
Look,
So
Ian,
for
let me
you
just be
to-
honest with you. I don't only want one thing. I just want everybody to get down on their hands and knees and just worship God and God alone. That's it. I don't care how you get there.
That's a good answer.
Worship God.
That's
That's
a
it.
good answer.
Because I'm tired of this world. I'm tired of these people. I'm tired of what's happening. And it's all because people
Oh.
won't submit. They won't submit to God. And we were only created to do one thing, and that's to worship God. That's it. God created us to worship Him.
You're bringing
Can
some
I
truth right
tell
now.
you something, Logos? The difference between the worship of my God and the worship of your God.
There's
The
only one
worship
God.
of my God wrote His name on my forehead so that I know His name.
Yeah, and guess
Your
what?
God has no name.
Still doing the forehead thing?
And brother, you
I mean, you gotta
It's
go. You gotta
Allah,
go.
man. It's
Hey, you gotta hear
Dude.
this one. You gotta hear
what?
this one.
Is there a new letter?
But then you insult.
No.
Then you
Is
insult
what?
God
Is
and say,
a letter? Is that what he asked?
Matteo, can you mute your microphone more?
No. He had, for the longest time, he was telling us he had a Hebrew letter written on the creases of his forehead that he thought was a Dalet. It fucking looks like nothing, but apparently
Shut
it means
up,
he's a
Mateo.
Messiah.
Be quiet. You know that you loved
First
it.
it was a Dalet, and then it was a Yod. I don't know what the hell.
It's the name Jah. Jesus. Okay, let's continue.
Do you guys know what my name means?
Bear poop?
Do you guys?
Like,
Hold on. Do you know what it means though? Like in Hebrew,
What is
bear
it?
poop? Bear poop?
Bereshit.
Yeah, the first. The beginning.
The beginning.
Yes.
Beginning. Yeah.
Okay, so
Go
then
ahead, Gigi.
let's go a little deeper, y'all. My birthday would be Rosh Hashanah. You move the letters around that are for Bereshith. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I pronounced it wrong. But yes, my birthday is that day, and that's why my name is this. Voila!
So are
Wow,
you
that
one
was
of the messiahs, or
uninteresting.
are you a witness? Because I tend to
To the Alpha and the Omega?
no. Are you? Yeah. Are you like some? Were you written in the book?
I hope so.
Oh wait, but like you're like the witness of like you're one of the witnesses.
Oh,
We all are the witnesses to Christ, right?
Oh my God. Okay, never mind. Okay, so
Oh
Nikkei, if you don't
no.
start talking, Nikkei, focus.
Yo.
Yes, everyone's talking. What do
No,
you
I need
mean?
you to
Am I supposed
start.
to
I need you to
interrupt?
start formulating more ideas for us.
all right, Elith, check it out. The Tell Danny Steele.
What kind of ideas do you need?
The Tell Danny Steele. Do you know what the Tell Danny Steele is?
Talking like you're Batman, bro. No one can hear you.
What does that
He's
even
praying
mean?
right now.
Talking like you're Batman? I'm Batman.
He's like,
That's not even how he's talking at all. Like what?
Mumbling.
My name is Bati.
Bati. Like, I'm glad that I learned like some Hebrew, like in that way that you taught us. You know, so thank you, sister.
this is.
Bereshit.
Dude, turn your lights
Yeah,
off
they're
so we
cool.
can anti-glare that shit. And then
You know, people are like, your name's so dumb, and I'm like, yeah. I mean, I know.
what are you?
People get
under,
my
a
name confused all the time.
Brady
They're like
table?
Charlie Chaplin. I'm like, it's the other way around. Chaplin Charlie. I'm not Charlie Chaplin. Hey, Charlie Chaplin. I'm like, what? Can
I'm
you
that
read?
tribe. I'm
Okay,
that tribe.
This is the Tell
Dan.
Danny. Well, this is just a rock called the Tell Dan Steele. Tell Dan Steele. Now, it's got an
The
anime
Danes, the
description.
Danish, the Danites,
Yeah,
the
no,
Vikings.
I know. I know. Yeah.
Mhm.
And then,
Someone says Shasta or David.
so the
I hear
Tell
a
Danny.
baby.
Can I just read this really quick, guys?
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so it's
I have
it's
ADHD.
dates. It's got an Aramaic inscription that dates back to the 9th century. It's the earliest known extra-biblical archaeological reference to the House of David. Right? It was discovered in 1993 in Tel Dan. Now check this out. The king of is Rosmerius son of Ahab, king of the House of David. It's on display. Here's something interesting. It's got David.
Is he passing out?
I don't know. I'm just trying to find. It's just. It has a lot. It has a lot more information on it than.
Does it have a lion on it?
Wait a second. Okay. I think this is it. Hold on. Okay, so here. I'll see if it spells it out.
Dell needs to stop making computer monitors.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Okay. Facts and descriptions. Hold on a second.
Damn.
Yeah, there's a lot more on it. It's got a lot more on it than it did the first time I looked at it.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than I thought there was. Usually these Steelers don't have much.
They've been working
to
on
them. Yeah.
Okay, so there is okay. So what it is it appears to have like a prophecy for the king of over the house of David, right?
Oh, cool.
But its name, his name, like where it should be, where his name is chipped off, so it doesn't have his name in any of the inscriptions. It just has what appears to be like the letter like a yod or J or like Y, right? And then like a dot, kind of. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah. King of Israel, maybe.
Well, King of the Jews or J something, right? It's just the letter J basically. or maybe.
Oh, it's not an L.
Well, it's an I.
It's like an
actually.
L.
It's an I.
The transcription has an L.
It's an I. They think it might be
There you go.
Israel. You see how they put an S right there? Because it's like a
Yeah.
dot. So it's like it's the
Israel would have a Y, a Yud.
yeah. So this is like a J, like an I, right?
It's like an
I don't know.
I.
Wait,
they
isn't
don't-
your
they don't know
name
this.
Jay something?
Stop
It's J
putting
dot.
a J where it's an I.
Wait, isn't your
It's
name
just-
Jay?
It's J dot. Yeah.
But your
The
name,
letter-
isn't it Jay?
Yeah, the letter J dot.
Wait a minute, this makes sense. You're the Messiah.
No. I just thought that was funny.
No, he's the king of Israel.
No, dude. Just thought it was funny.
I can't stand
Just
you
one in a
guys.
long line of kings.
No, I just thought it was interesting that it did
That's
talk
an
about.
oxymoron, because, I mean,
Bro,
don't you
your
think
ego is
Muhammad
so
is the last
big.
prophet?
What's that?
Muhammad is the last prophet. That means that you,
Oh, they have a
you killed your own
baby.
foot.
I don't think I'm a prophet, dude. I'm not.
Bro, there's a
claiming-
baby. Stop talking. But no one cares.
No, I'm not-
Baby.
Mateo,
Adorable.
your avatar, your profile pic is like almost as cute,
potato.
adorable. Hey, little guy, little buddy.
You're gonna get me
Oh.
banned. Take that off.
Big ol' eyes.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Oh.
Did you guys
It's
hear him
adorable.
sneeze? Oh.
Yeah. I hope it was okay that I said bless you after it. You're so good looking if you're Seinfeld fans. So, okay, so was
And
this
now
all
you'd get
in
banned
an
with the
attempt?
baby. I didn't even think of that.
Hey, you know this world of like
Well, you put clothes on them.
yeah, you can't put like
Oh.
naked children.
I definitely.
This is the
didn't
world
think
we
of that.
live in,
Oh, so it's 'cause
okay?
he's-
This is the world we
it's
live
'cause
in.
Sorry.
These are the
I didn't know
security
that. I'm sorry.
parameters that man has put in place to try to correct us. Like, I'm just like, oh god, I know it's ridiculous, but yeah, that's like the reason why it could be flagged and stuff. I think it's stupid, but funny.
It's because people are weird towards babies. That's why.
Right. It's the
And
the
little
bad
children.
apples that have spoiled the bunch for the rest of us, right? Like,
Well, I know everyone's
Hello.
pretty good here except for you, Bear Poop.
I know
so.
I'm a new one, but I'm an old lady, and my youngest is 13, and my middle one is 18, and my eldest is 23. You guys are probably my kids' age. I old lady.
I'm not. I'm 43, so I'm definitely way above that. But congratulations. At least you're almost like past like the hard, like the 18 mark, I guess. Like I don't know. I imagine I'm not a parent,
she's
but I
a
imagine
good-
once you
she's a
start the
good
parenting
kid.
thing, is she okay? Good.
Yeah, she's a good kid. Yeah.
Good. Then
She was
you did a good
varsity
job.
captain of her soccer team. She's graduating with honors and blah blah blah. So did okay, I guess.
I imagine
that's
if
when you're gonna
Jesus and the
realize you're
Father
a
were
Christian.
one, the daughter, your daughter, and her mother are one as well. Like she's
Knock
the
it up.
she's the
Stop it.
better version that you can be.
All right, that's enough, Chaplain. What do you got to say? With you're showing us these balls and shit, and then you gotta make fun of whoever that is. I don't know.
I just want to know if there's any progress in finding out why he has butt cheeks on his forehead.
When are you gonna
hole.
find
I mean-
out? When are you gonna accept the fact that you're a Christian, Logos?
I'm not a Christian at all.
Yes, you are.
I mean,
How?
like if
All
you
Muslims are
believe and
Christians.
follow and like
Oh my God.
like believe in like Isa or
The sooner
Jesus.
they accept it, the better they're
doesn't-
gonna be.
Okay, so here's the big difference. We actually follow the Bible. Christians don't.
You are. I don't do
Anyways,
no.
I'm just saying
no
that
idols.
would mean that you're more Christian than the
Nothing.
Christians. So that means
Exactly,
you are a
right?
Christian. I'm still
You
right.
follow Jesus
but see,
better
wait
than
a
the
second,
Christians
wait a-
today. So
But the Bible doesn't teach Christianity. It teaches Islam.
No, it does
No,
not
it
teach
never
Islam.
says Islam one time in there.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does not, Logos. You're lying.
I'm not lying.
You
Wallahi.
are
His
lying.
his Quran teaches him that it's okay to lie to Christians. So
Hallucinations don't count.
Where does it say that? Because I would love to actually find it.
you guys are
What,
taught that. What do you?
what does
you
that
know
say?
that.
What does that say?
Be
That's a word in
ready.
Hebrew
How
that
do you
means
pronounce?
perfect.
How do you pronounce that?
Shalom.
I don't know. I've never read that word before in
Islam.
Hebrew.
Shalom.
Islam.
Shalom.
No, you got to push the button where
No,
it reads
no,
it for
no,
me.
no.
That's Islam. Yeah.
No, it is
Shalom is a
not.
greeting. It's a greeting it for the Hebrews. What are you talking about?
Isn't that
Okay.
shalom?
But where's this
Isn't that
at?
shalom?
What scripture are we looking at?
Isaiah 42:19. Now let's pull up the Hebrew
Isaiah 42.
Bible Hub. Okay, well, let's see if it means perfect.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a
I thought you said it meant
Isaiah.
perfect, and I said
If
it's
you
a
go too
greeting.
fast, I'll forget.
Why don't you guys make
Slow
it
down
right?
for us.
So
So
I'm going.
if it was
Wait a
Shalom,
second.
What
why would you
verse?
Wait a
put
second.
42
Islam?
what?
Wait, well, let's just see. Now we're gonna go.
42:19.
We're gonna
Thanks,
click on
Chaplain.
we're gonna click on the Strong's Concordance. We're gonna pull up the
Gonna
Strong's
click on it.
Hebrew, right?
42:19?
And then we're gonna go.
Yes.
We're gonna go to the Brown Driver Bridge. Now, what it
Hello.
means is, hello, Mark. Now it
Hello.
means, wait, check this out. Secure, free from
Okay,
fault.
I'm not in the right
Right?
spot. What was it? Where was it at? Where are we at?
Isaiah
If you just,
42:19.
it's 7999 is the
Isaiah.
root. You can go to
That's where I
7999 is
went.
the. Okay.
Doesn't that say Shalom up there?
Well,
Weird.
wait. Look,
Yeah, it
hold
did.
on.
It did. Like
Wait.
I was
Submit. What does
suggesting,
that
yeah.
say? What does that say? Oh, does shalom mean to submit oneself to
Especially
God?
to God.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what's going on.
To Allah.
But
Yeah.
isn't
Look,
that
look at
defining
that. What is that?
Muslim, Habibi? Like, wouldn't that be
Well,
defining
oh, it
like
actually,
Muslims,
Okay,
it
not
so
actually,
the
Islam?
word.
that is the
Let's
Wins
see.
participle, and look at the infinitive is Islam.
Oh.
Bum bum bum.
I don't know what we're reading, but I've never seen that before. So,
Bum bum
That is not okay. I'm gonna go this word.
You know it came
bum
600 years
bum
after Christ,
bum.
though,
Then
right?
why is it?
It's
Then why is it?
Salam.
Then
It's
why is it?
Salam.
Look, what does that say?
Salam.
Islam, properly submission to God. Islam.
Salam.
Hello.
If
Can I say
if it
something?
can, one second. If it
Shalom.
can,
Shalom is how
no,
you
that says
pronounce
Islam.
it.
Yeah, that's the root of
It
the word.
means to
Actually.
be in a covenant of
Alhamdulillah.
peace.
Yeah,
Be at peace.
sure does. What do you think of
Uh,
Muslim? Muslim means?
Oh my
It's
goodness.
Salem. It's Salem.
Yeah, but don't you guys believe that Satan goes and lives in your nose and you have to blow it out with water?
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, hello. That guy wanted to say something.
yeah. Welcome, Mark.
which one?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Hey guys, how are you all?
Well, hope you're well as well.
I am, by God's grace. I just wanted to say something. Don't let these Mohammedans, take you down a rabbit hole. He just said that the Bible teaches Islam. Well, how can he prove that? Because he and others believe that the Bible is corrupted. So how can know
Hold on a
from a
second. Wait a
corrupted
second.
book that it teaches
Hold on.
Islam?
How dare
Excuse
you?
me, I'm speaking. Excuse
How
me.
dare you?
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
How dare you say what I believe?
Guys, I'm actually trying to say something. So,
Okay, but did
another
I
thing
assume your
is
beliefs? Did you assume my
Islam
beliefs?
doesn't exist. Islam doesn't exist. It's
You
just a
assume my
fabrication
beliefs?
of plagiarism. So
Oh,
that's
so
just my
it's
point.
2 billion people that are
I'm,
just fabricated?
I'm a former Jew actually, and I've read the
No, you're
Quran more
not.
than 5 times.
No,
And
you're not.
the Quran is
Name
just a
one thing.
fabrication.
Name
Okay,
one
guys, I
thing.
don't know. I'm trying to speak, and this guy keeps talking over me.
Just
So.
name one thing in the Quran.
Can he talk for a minute, just for a second, please?
He's a liar.
Okay, can I speak, or are you guys gonna let him speak over me? So.
Okay, Shaitan, go ahead.
Can I speak?
Yeah. Habibi, let's let him speak his words and then address what he's said. Like, let's just this whole interrupting thing doesn't get us anywhere. So
Well, he
you
shouldn't
know,
have called me a Mohammedan. He
I
shouldn't
know,
have said
right.
what I
There's a
believe. He
lot.
shouldn't
There's
have
a
done
lot,
those things.
but let's address it all at once
But
rather
he
than
gets
trying to reduce it to this. Okay, just trust me.
can't stand the
Trust me,
heat
Aki.
and get out
I
the
know.
fire, bro.
Okay, but that kind of goes
All
both
right,
ways for
so
us too. So forgive us, Mark. You know, like
Are you a counselor, chaplain?
I'm a chaplain.
Okay, yeah, I can. Yeah, I didn't know if it was just a name, but it was like, dude, you're really good at mediating.
Oh, thank you. I am trying to show
Yeah.
like faculty members just like, you know, like my my skills, I guess, are just kind of
Yeah.
my things. But thank you for that. Yeah, my name has a lot of meaning behind it, just
So
like yours.
anyway,
But yeah, hold on.
so
I
back
can't.
to the
Let's
conversation
just
that we
let.
were having. I'm not worried about what he has to say. We were in the middle of a conversation and how Islam and Muslim appears in Isaiah 42:19, and I was speaking
I
with
know.
all right.
Nake and Devil.
Well,
get it.
I
So
wasn't
before he
finished.
has to show up and try to warn the people about the
You guys, I'm
Muhammad.
gonna go make dinner, but I am gonna follow 11th, and I did follow Chaplain, and is it Nikkei?
Yeah.
Okay, I am gonna shoot you a follow, and Logos, you're all right. I'll shoot you one too.
You're so sweet.
Thank you,
Anyways,
sister.
I'll talk
Hope
to you
to see you
guys later.
soon.
I'm going to make some dinner. All right, bye bye.
Take care. God bless.
God bless.
You as well. Yeah.
Right,
Aki, I get
sorry,
what we're
Chap-
saying. Yeah, forgive me, Mark, but just Aki, like we get where you were going with this, but the thing is, like Mark, until we just let Mark speak, you know, like we won't be able to continue with, you know, whatever you were talking about. So like, I'm just asking you, let's just mute up, let him say all that he wants to say, and you know, granted, I feel like it's gonna be directed towards you, but just you know, we got Allah, you know, like standing with us, so we don't need to be hurt by this. Let's just listen and then address everything that he said after that, instead of just trying to address everything that he's saying one at a time as he's saying it. So with that, Mark, let's try this one more time. Please just say what you got to say as concisely and as compassionately as you can, if you may.
Yes. From one chaplain to another, because I'm also studying to be a chaplain, and I'm also studying theology to be a pastor. So,
oh, great.
Anyway, what I was saying was, I'm a former Jew. I grew up in the Jewish faith. I read the Quran multiple times. Do not agree with each other. So, but there is one thing we all can agree on. It's plagiarized. I've read the Quran. It has all these Jewish myths. Solomon speaking to ants and birds, that's a Jewish myth. So if the Quran is the inspired word of Allah, does that mean that he plagiarizes? And there's many other things I can add, but anyway, I'll just throw that out there. So I'll just drop and let you guys finish
May I
talking
ask
to the Mohammedans here.
Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question, Mark, as just one chaplain to another? You said you were a
Yes,
former
sir.
Jew who's read the Quran, and this is your belief and stance on that. But does that mean we are to interpret that you are a Christian, or you are kind of just not any faith at this point, just a chaplain who just listens?
No. I've read the Bible, and I am a Bible believer now. I'm not a member of any denomination, but I would identify myself as a Christian, I believe. But I've read the Bible, and it made more sense. I saw historical, accuracies in there. I found the true Messiah in the Bible, and I've also read the Quran with an open mind too. So that's why I came to that conclusion, and not a conclusion, it's a fact that the Quran is plagiarized. So
Okay. Well, granted, I heard that part, but now again, if I may ask another clarifying question, does that path that you just shared with us mean, technically, as you say, you're an ex-Jew? Because like to me, being identifying
You're a
like
Jew
as a
of
Jew,
Jewish heritage. You're not an ex-Jew.
Right. It's not like somebody saying like I converted to Judaism and now I'm an ex-Jew type thing, right? Like that's not what your path was. Like you were raised by like Jewish parents, or you were raised to be Jewish, and then you as you grew up you left those faiths, or you opened up fully to the New Testament, which a lot of Jews today are that's the wall for them. So are you saying you are now a Christian Jew, or what I believe is called like a Messianic Jew or something like that? Forgive me if I'm
Well,
mis-
Messianic Jews are kind of like part of this group called Jews for Jesus. They still practice some holidays and all of that. They wear their yarmulke and all that. I don't. I am ethnically Jewish. Yes, I won't deny that. But I mean,
So you admit
I
that
think
it would
when
be
you're
an error for you to say like I'm ex-Jewish, because you can't like leave your ethnicity, right? So this is just kind of where I'm just kind of listening to your words and just trying to just correct you, just to make sure you're in alignment. Does that make sense? As a chaplain, that's what I do, just to
Yeah.
make sure what people are saying.
When I meant I'm a former Jew, I mean like not in the sense of a religious Jew. I don't follow that faith anymore.
Okay. So, I just hope that maybe you'll kind of find a newer way to kind of say that, but also, not discredit like the other part of it. Does that make sense? Like that's just kind of my advice as a chaplain. This is just kind of how I kind of work as a chaplain when people come to me. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to give you some Mr. Miyagi lessons in this. But, hey, I truly believe that the world could definitely use more chaplains than preachers, priests, and all that stuff. So, thank you for joining me on this uphill battle. Okay, so that's all you wanted to say. Logos, I believe, is that fair now, Mark? You're giving us just kind of this warning, I guess, about Logos. I personally think it's a little, I don't know what's gone on between you, but I think it's inaccurate from my personal relationship. But, I don't know. E, do you want to monitor this? Dan, welcome. Good to see you here.
Hello there, chaplain.
I'm gonna go ahead and go because I'm gonna get the boys to sleep. But thanks for letting me on, E-Man.
Good to see you, Nikki.
All right. We appreciate you being here, Nikki. So what y'all up to today? Listening to more of E-Man's bull?
Actually, he's been pretty quiet, Dan.
Yeah.
he's had to put the hammer down when he does, but he's kind of allowed this live session that I've been on for like what? God,
You can't take anything that's said in this forum here that Mr. E-Man has as a grain of salt. That's right, because they're so full of chocolate-covered chicken, Doogie. It's pathetic. I don't know where they get their ideas from, but I think it's just to rub Christians raw. Just for fun to see Uncle Jack run. That's all it's about, right there. But I go along with them because I enjoy them because they won't boot me out very much. But I'm very knowledgeable with the Bible. I am a Christian. I am a Jehovah's Witness. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I know the truth. I can tell you the truth. I
If
won't pull
anything,
your
you
leg.
provide us, Dan, with a different perspective from like the Jehovah's Witness,
That's right.
So I think that's very valuable. So
Here.
thank you. I had no idea.
Was anything in the mail?
Look yet. Do you
Oh.
want us to roll one?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, hold on. Hush. Somebody's going.
Give me your shit. Max, shut up.
Here. Later, Gator. Man, these children, they're not manageable. I have to keep their nerves calm. Mine too.
Who?
Yeah,
Who?
and then the world.
The guests?
Yeah.
The guests, or just everybody
Yeah.
who comes into your
That
orbit?
was my daughter. She been to work all day and she ready to blow off some steam, I reckon.
There you go. Hey. As a father, you just kind of got to let her do it, right? Just kind of. But
Well, she's 40. She's 45 years old.
Oh, okay. Well, she's still a baby in your eyes, right? She'll always be.
You're right. I raised her, but
Good.
yeah, she used to come up to me when she was a little kid and stick a diaper in my face and say, "Change me." And I told her, I said, "You're gonna learn how to keep from pissing your pants. I'm gonna learn you." and I house broke her.
What's
That's
a
right, I
diaper?
house.
What's a diaper, Dan?
She'd take a diaper, it's one of these
Oh, a diaper.
nappies.
A diaper. Okay, sorry.
You take a nappy. She'd walk up to
and just
me,
put it on.
and it changed me.
Okay. I thought you were
Can you
talking like
imagine the scenario? Can you imagine the scenario? A 2-year-old said, "Change me."
I'd be as a father, I'd be like, wow, you can talk.
And I'm like, no, she could talk. She's like 2 years old. She could talk. She
I
could
think
talk
I-
the bejesus off of it.
I think as a father, if I woke up in your shoes, Dan, in that moment in real time, I would have been like, first of all, who took your diaper off and who taught you those words? And who taught you to throw this in daddy's face? Mommy, where's mommy?
No, I told her. I said straight up. I said, listen. If you smart enough to go get a diaper out of the diaper bag, bring it up here, stick it in my damn face, and tell me to put it on you. You can put it on your damn self.
Almost like you're trying to Mr. Miyagi teacher, right? Now I taught you sweep the floor, paint the fence.
Yeah.
Paint the fence.
That's right.
Good. Hey.
What was it? Wipe right, work left, work right, or something like
Side
that.
to side, side to side.
Yeah.
Up, down,
Uh-huh.
up, down.
Yeah.
And then
Right.
like the circle, right?
had some badass cars there.
He did. Hey,
Somebody.
hey.
Yeah, that's some nice cars.
For a little Japanese immigrant landlord guy, yeah, he was.
Yeah. That's a